Head into the unknown, down the rabbit hole, where it stops no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello.
Look at us on a Saturday.
Hi, mi amor, Michelle.
Hi, babe. What's up?
Hi, everybody. Happy Saturday afternoon, evening. Who knows what time, wherever you are.
Yeah. The first comment I see is Dolly Bear, and it absolutely just made me smile. I'm like,
Hi, Jessica. Hi, Shamara. Hi, C-Dub. Hi, Dolly Bear. Hi, Tamara.
Tamara.
Hi, Muffy. Muffy. Hi, Danielle. Hi, Muscles and Mascara.
Muscles.
Hi, B Crumbs and Ellie. Hi, Truth Seeker. I'm completely out of true crime, but wanted to say hi and show support to my favorite group. Muffy!
Oh.
You're not doing the true crimes anymore, huh? Hi, Taka Girl.
Breakers. There.
Hi, Gaza T. Hi, Stella B. Hi, Brandy. Hi, Shortcake.
Shortcake.
I always wanted to be like, my shortcake brings all the boys to the yard.
So we up. She's ready, guys. Hi.
Oh, well, happy Saturday.
Girl. Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. We're getting like some actual weekend break from all these trials, and my hand is like healing up nicely from all the note taking. Princess Megan Elsa.
Hello, love. Shamara.
How is everybody doing? How's everybody on the weekend? This lovely, lovely weekend. The weather is absolutely beautiful here today, which is nice. I don't know how it is everywhere else, but
no, I'm like living like Cali weather over here. It's just like, got some fires but no forest and shit, but it's really hot. It's really hot.
It's really hot.
It's
not super hot. It's in like the low 70s, I think, but it's just nice out. Hi, Betty.
Yeah.
Hi, Ava.
Brandy wine.
We've got 2 days of 2 trials and then 1 day of another trial to go over. So we shouldn't be here for 4.5 hours like we were Wednesday.
No. We did get it all in, though.
We did.
We
Gamer. Did. I was like, let's just do it. She's like, you want to wait till next week? I'm like, let's just do Saturday and see what happens.
But like our note compartment does not feel the way it did.
Oh gosh.
From that last live. Like I was there was some anxiety there for that one. It was just like a lot.
There's so much. Hi, sweet Melissa. Hi, Danielle. It's beautiful here in New Brunswick, Canada. Ooh. In Canada.
I'll take it.
36 degrees and windy in Minnesota.
Wow, girl. Hello. That's not fun.
No. I don't miss the Midwest at all.
I only like to, I've decided, I only like to be hot near water. That's it. Done. I'm just done. I don't care. I don't want the stupid air conditioner.
Near water to be hot.
Yeah, I don't. I'd rather just let me be cold. I'm fine. I'll figure it out.
Hey, from Wales in the UK. What?
Ooh, hello. Welcome.
You sound like you're from London.
Oh, she's going to do it.
I had to do it. Dolly Bear's got storms incoming right now. Ooh.
Be safe, yo.
Jessica says 77, sunny and windy. Well, of course, you're probably close to the windy city. That's kind of the whole point of it. It's got to stay windy no matter what.
I'll take 77 sunny with some wind, though. I'll take that.
Elizabeth said same, no pool, no hot, no exceptions.
Done. Done. Over it.
I'm lucky I have central air, so when it does get really hot, we can. You won't let me bump like crank it up, but I get a little, especially when he goes out of town. I'm like, beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, like no. Between the hot flashes and then like the actual like hot heat, no, we're not doing that. Keep the air on.
We're never the same temperature, my husband and I. I don't know. It's like a never-ending fight of temperature in the house. We're never the same temperature. He's always cold, then I'm hot, and then he's cold, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And I like going to bed really cold. I have like a thing, like I like the air on. I like being under my comforter, and I just like, I don't know. He's like, you're defeating the whole purpose of like what you want, though.
No, I'm not. This is exactly what I want.
Yeah, but it makes me feel cool, and then I control my own warm with my blanket. See?
When I get hot, do you do the I sleep with one leg out?
Yes.
Of the blanket.
Yeah.
So it's like if I'm like kind of cold and kind of hot, like that's how I regulate.
We keep our feetsies out and figure it out.
Right. I ramble and roam. Hi, Aussie. South Australia, 6:30 a.m.
Wow.
It's from the future. 6:30 a.m. on Sunday.
Ooh.
Beautiful in 70s in South Carolina. Oh, that's nice.
I'll take that. Yes. Nice trip to Myrtle Beach. For sure.
See, you're like hot water.
It was actually one of my best vacations was in Myrtle Beach, I think.
Oh, really? I've never been.
Yep. Great place. Not bad drive. We drove too, and it was not, it was about 10 hours, but it was a good drive. I think it was good.
It was a good drive?
Yeah. I played co-captain and I nailed that sucker. I was good. I didn't take a nap or nothing.
Look at you. You're so proud of yourself. You're
I am.
I did nothing.
I am not good on road trips. Like, throw me on a friggin' plane because of road trip. No, but I did really good.
Oh, that's funny. Dolly Bear, I don't put my feet off the bed. I'm still weird about that. Even in my 40s, I do not sleep with my legs or any limb off of my bed.
No.
Can't.
No.
I can't sleep. Then I'm like, what the heck? Something's gonna grab me.
Like they said, we were taught that the whole monsters under the bed situation or in the closet. Keep your things to yourself in bed.
Warm feet, cold body. It's my thing. My feet are my temperature regulators. If my feet are hot, I'm hot. If my feet are cold, I'm cold.
That's it.
Brandy said back in the day it was the place to be.
Listen, it was great. We've been there now 3 times. It's almost like an annual thing, and we've got more family on board, and they actually go more than we do. They love it too. Best resorts for kids and just.
Oh, thanks, Muffy. Yeah,
Aww.
40 and 43.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I swear, I was born in 1979. Yeah, I'm 43.
You're not.
Yeah, I'm going to be 44 this year.
Teresa, I thought you were 36, and I swear.
Okay, we can stick with that. I
didn't even think you were 36. I'm going off of what I honestly thought that
No, I'm 43. I'm going to be 44 years old.
You do look good, girl. Go ahead.
Hey.
Nowhere near it, I swear.
Yeah, no, I feel it though.
Nah. That's kiddo energy just draining you. You'll get another burst again.
Yeah. Corky says, that's funny. I just hopped in here, so my 2 cents, I hang both of my feet off the bottom. I'm almost 47. You can't hang your feet off the bottom of the bed, though, because there's monsters under the bed.
Yep. Something's going to get them.
Ramblin says, I'll be 55 next month and not sure how I'm handling it. Yeah, I know. You thought maybe 32? Muscles MS and hitting that big 4-0 this year. Myself. Oh.
Yeah. What do we do with all that? It's just like, you pace yourself for it, because I'm sticking with Ellie on this one. I stopped at 27. And I didn't count the Rona years neither. That didn't.
No. Those don't count.
Nope. Nope. Not one.
Yeah. 9/11. That's my B-day. I'll be 44.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Corky said I'm a badass.
Hey, it's Daredevil living on the edge. All right.
Here we go.
See, your 2 mean says I'm 58 and I still look under the bed. Okay, so before we get started, then I have to ask, how many people check the back seat of their car before they get in?
Oh, every time. And under the thingamabobber, because I don't know where you live, but where I live, they're
Do you
under
live
the
under the
car.
seat?
They hide under the car.
Whatchamacallit?
Yeah. We-
C-Dub has to ask her mom how old she is.
We'll stick to that.
I just turned 45. I do not feel a day older than 87, so I have that. That is literally how I feel. My husband's always like, wow, why are you so old? Because he's younger than me. I'm like, just wait. Just wait a couple more years and you're going to feel all the things. And so he'll go and he'll have to do like something physical at work. He'll come home, he's like, oh, my back and my shoulders. And I'm like,
Biggest babies, right?
Yeah.
I can't handle it.
Hi, Dynamite. Check the house when I get back in. Oh, yeah. Me too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You can't. No cell phones through parking lots. See, all these people, they all check. Check the back seat. And I check the back seat because if you remember back in the day, there was the whole scary story thing about the person who was driving. You guys, if you remember this, let me know you remember this story. The person was driving and there was a car behind them, and the car behind them kept flashing the lights at them. And they started to freak out, and they were like, holy crap, like somebody's following me. This person's flashing their lights at me. And so they kept driving, and the person kept following behind him and kept flashing their lights at him. And so finally they like pulled over somewhere and like got out and ran into the house or whatever. I don't remember the whole story, but they like got out and ran into the house, and the person had pulled up behind them. And what the person actually had noticed was that whatever stop they were at, somebody had gotten into the back seat of her car. And so every time the person was getting up to go like attack her, the person driving behind would flash their lights at them so that person would know that somebody knew what they were doing.
Oh, I've never.
Do you remember the story?
No.
So this is why I check my back seat. Because these weird stories are embedded and ingrained in my memory bank, and I can't let them go.
Well, what was the end of that story? What ended up happening? Like, was she attacked all the way?
Scary stories that you told at like the fireside.
Oh,
Ooh, fireside. That's ironic that I brought that up. Like,
I have a fireside there.
Muscles MS here. Thank you so much. Rocking my 40s. I'm determined. LOL. Not afraid of the big 4-0 this year, though. Embracing it and owning it.
That's it.
I really need
Embrace
to take
it.
that advice from you and do that. Hi,
You
BR.
It's true. Hey, BR. You have to own it. I love the way she put that. You do. You have to own it and embrace it and just
Somebody needs to help my mentality then, because I'm just not there. I do not want to own it. I want it to go away. I've checked the back seat ever since Halloween 1. Nope, no chance of Michael being in there for me.
Yeah. No.
Urban legends. Yeah, it was like one of those. It was one of those, like, that's like the whole thing. But ever since I was told that story when I was younger, that's my life now.
You'll forever think of that now.
Can't hang my feet off the end of the bed. No limbs off the bed, and I have to check my back seat. Your wax melts are amazing. And the packaging is even just a present all by itself. Nate does a great job with her melt. If Delana comes in, I'll have her drop the link. I don't have it saved on my phone, so I can't drop it. Listen to Radio Rental for great, true, scary stories. It's a podcast. Yeah, no, I don't like scary stories.
No, but if C-Dub gives a recommendation on a podcast, you have just go check it out.
I don't have to. I love C-Dub, but I don't have to listen to scary stories for loving C-Dub.
I promise you'll just love it. Everything she suggests to me on a podcast, I love. Promise. Just check it.
Oh, so maybe I'll tell the kids to listen. Hi, Cindy.
Big baby.
Hi, Salty. Stella B. I'll buy some wax melts. Okay, when Delana comes in, maybe Michelle, can you message Delana and see if she can come in and drop the link for Nadine? They're amazing. She does amazing job with her wax melts.
Oh wait, is it
Nays? I don't have the link though.
Oh,
I don't have it saved on my phone.
I think I have that.
Okay. All right. Should we get this party started?
Yes, ma'am.
Ellie. Let's see, Deb's laughing at me.
Peyton's here too.
I say hi to Peyton.
Okay.
She does it really good. She does like all different seasons and everything, so you can get like like I had Halloween ones and Christmas ones, and she does. I told her to make candles, and she was like, "Yeah, no, I don't want to do that." It's like, okay, I like candles too, though.
You like,
Trick
you
or
like
crazy. The blueberry yum yum. The blueberry yum yum is to die for, y'all. I don't think I have a blueberry.
Wow.
No, I'm gonna have to get some new ones. Okay, let's bring out the handy dandy notebook. You want to start with West?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to.
All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link for, it's basically Nay's, I believe it's her and her husband's shared Facebook. It's his music, her melts combined, and you can kind of get everything on there too, and get like, she even has some pictures and things. So that'll be the link that I drop.
I'm like, I don't even know where I stopped at here. Hold on. What are we at? Day 6?
For West,
Yeah.
day
What day were we
7 and
at?
8, I believe.
Is it 7 and 8?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah,
may
'cause
be
Day
confusing.
6 is when the mom was still on the stand, so it's day 7.
Yep.
Okay. Why can't we talk about Amanda's mom? Why can't we talk about Amanda's mom? Because Amanda's mom's got it going on. Okay, did you find it?
Yeah, I just, for some reason, can't do the link.
See, Delena has all this stuff saved in her phone, and she's just like,
Yeah, she has like every link known to. All right, here it goes.
I don't want to start West without you, so I'm waiting.
Just going to say Nay's melts.
Yeah, Nay's melts. I could just message Nay.
Right, we message everyone but her.
Link.
Oh, come on, okay, we're in there.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So, West trial. We can talk about first the fact that the judge basically daily is now having to give an order that he's going to go after anybody that is illegally streaming or recording the trial. Hi, Allie.
Alex, we love you.
Okay, it's a traditional true crime story told over 8 episodes. I've never heard of it. I'll let me write that down.
Hey, Dina. Hey, Annie. Oh, thanks, Alex. I dropped some link that went with her melts, but that looks like the actual site.
Did Allie drop? Yeah, there it is. Hi, Diane. Hi, Dina. Hi, Annie. Nope, you haven't missed anything. We talked about random urban legends and wax melts and whatever.
Weather.
That's it. And how old we all are.
Yeah. How hot flashes we got.
And hot flashes. Yeah, that's pretty much. That's it. We're just going to start West right now. So I think I have a couple clips that I pulled up for. I'm just going to bring them back up. For West. Let me pull this over here and then share my screen.
Hey, Corinne. How are you?
I have a crazy story to tell you guys about the Stauch case, though. I think that it's really crazy. So I don't know if we should do that one second or if we should stick on the same pattern.
Whatever you want. I can do whatever you want. Hey, Yorkie. Hey, Vet.
I don't want to jump too far ahead, so. Yorkie. Oh, we were talking about feet. Yep, talking about a lot of feet stuff. Oh, spill the tea. Well, it's kind of a weird tea. So I mean, I can tell you guys now, and then I could probably say it again later. So okay, I think we talked about this last time. Most everybody who's in here is actually either watching the Stauch case like firsthand, or they're at least doing the follow-ups with Allie and Jen Liu. or a Brittany at night, right? Hi, Steph. So it's not, it's my tea. It's kind of just a weird tea. It's not like TT. That makes sense. There's too many T's in that.
There's a lot of teeth in there.
Is Jane Doe here? I missed her. Hi, sweet Caroline.
Hey, holla girl. Jane Doe.
Hi, Jane Doe. Okay, so like I said, I think everybody's either somehow you're following the Stauch case. So yesterday at the end of the day, there was a firearms expert who went on the stand.
Oh.
Did I tell you this story already?
I know this story, but no, go ahead. You can tell.
Not the flipping off story.
Oh, then no, I don't know it. That's where I thought you were going.
I might have told you. I think I told Allie. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. I don't know why I'm focused on that. So the firearms expert, her name is Stephanie, and she takes a stand and she goes over all the firearms stuff. It's ironic because this happens to also be the same witness that Letitia is flipping off everybody in the courtroom all day, whatever she's doing with her weird like hand gestures and stuff. I'll play that. We'll just start with Stauch.
Let's just do it.
We'll just start with Stauch. It makes it a lot easier. And there's only one day anyway. So rewind. We're not starting with West. We'll start with Stauch. We'll go the other way. So yeah, the mother-in-law connection. So you guys are gonna. This is just kind of it shows you what a small world it is. So Stephanie takes a stand. She does her thing with the firearms, and then the next lady comes up, who's the senior CSI agent, and the judge says to the lawyers, like, "Hey, one of the jurors approached me, and she realized that she actually knows one of the witnesses, Stephanie Hab, and she didn't recognize her name, but as soon as she saw her on the stand, she recognized her face." Do I have an echo?
No. Is it me?
I don't know. If I have an echo, let me know in chat.
Yeah, chat.
Because I kind of feel like I have an echo.
You still hear it?
Yes, I do. I don't know. So, okay, so she says, the juror supposedly knows this person. Okay, nope, they said no echo. So it's just all in my head. It's all in my head. So she says she knows this witness, and so they're like, okay, we'll talk about it at the end of court. We'll end a little early, and we'll decide what we want to do about this juror. So court is over, and juror number 12 has to remain, and they start talking to her, and so she starts telling the story about how she works with the clergy at her church that I believe her dad's a pastor for, and that Stephanie's mother-in-law is a member of the church. We have a special guest. Hi, pretty lady.
It's me.
Hi,
Hey guys.
Now we're
Hey,
home.
Michelle.
I love
Oh my gosh, it's like bringing back memories.
I tormented her.
Oh my god.
Hi. I'm so happy to see you.
Hi, I came without asking. Here I am, guys.
You live here. You're allowed to.
This is yours. You can come whenever you want.
I just finished my homework early, so here I am.
You want to talk to Gannon with us?
Yes.
Yeah, you do.
No, I want to talk about Letitia.
Yeah, okay, so tell the story right now, though. So I got to tell the story first. Then we could totally talk about Letitia and all of the Letitia things that you want to talk about. Hi, Commander Ender Turkey.
Oh.
Let me see. I think especially
Hi, everybody. I miss you guys. School's winding down. I'll have like a month off for the summer.
She's doing school, so we're super proud of her, and we support everything that she does. And she's little Miss Overachiever, has to have like 107% in every class.
Got a lot of life going on right now.
I'm being the favorite student.
So I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the juror's like, okay, so I work with the clergy. I believe she said her dad's the pastor for the church, and that she recognized this witness because her mother-in-law goes to the church and wanted to set up all of her end-of-life stuff before she actually passed away. She wanted to have it all set up and like so that everybody knew everything that was going on. And she went to Stephanie's house, which she to plan all this. So Stephanie's the daughter-in-law, And so they planned everything. She said we were there for like 2 hours, and then, you know, we said our goodbyes and we went our separate ways. And then she said this last year, the lady Janice, her daughter passed away from stomach cancer, and they held her funeral. And so Stephanie was obviously at the funeral because it was her sister-in-law, and that the juror sang at the funeral. And I'm like, why does all this sound so like I know this story? Like, this is something I know. And I'm like, this is like weird. Like, I don't have like a weird deja vu thing. So I'm like, okay. I'm like, obviously, if it's her mother-in-law, then her name would be Hap, right? Because she's obviously married to her son, who's a Hap, right? And so I'm like, okay, let me just Google Janice Hap real quick. So I Googled Janice Hap, and a picture comes up of my sister's best friend of 20
Oh my
years.
goodness.
Probably more than 20 years. I was probably more than 20 years. I was 20. I think I was 20 when they met. 2021 when they met. And she passed away in October of stomach cancer.
Is this like an actual connection?
This lady, yes. So this lady is talking about that she planned this funeral for Janice, which is the mother-in-law, which is one of my mom's dearest friends in life.
What?
Right? I know.
That's sounds full of common sense.
That's what threw me. Her last name isn't Hap. She had been remarried for many, many years, and so her name has not been Hap. And then my sister's best friend's last name isn't Hap because she was married and had a son. So I was like, I don't know. It just always kind of ringing in my head. Like, this all kind of means something to me, but I don't know why it means something to me. And when I Googled it and my sister's best friend's picture came up, I'm like, why the hell is her picture here? Like, what is going on? And so I did it. I was like, wait a minute. Her maiden name is Hap. So Janice's son is a cop, which I did know. And so Janice's daughter-in-law is the firearms expert that testified in the Stauch trial.
Oh my, like what a small world. Testifying in Colorado, you're in so
we all lived in California at one point, and they moved when my sister moved to West Virginia like 7-ish years ago. They had moved to Colorado right around the same time because one of the sons lived there. There was 2 boys and a girl. One of the sons lived there. That's where he was a cop at, and so they moved out there so they could be closer, and they liked Colorado. And then my sister's actually, I don't know if you guys, I think I've told most of you guys this, but my sister's actually very ill. So she doesn't really correspond with many people anymore because she doesn't like to. So they hadn't been in contact for a while. But I was still friends with Jessica on Facebook, and that's actually how I knew she passed away. So, but it was just such a weird, like, small world story of all of this.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, Colorado is a California transplant. It really is. That, Texas, and now Idaho. And I'm also learning that Tennessee is becoming a transport, which is also interesting. Okay, so I don't have my Stauch stuff pulled up. I pulled up all my other stuff first, so we're going to have to do that. Hey, Ange. So,
did I ever tell you all the story about Scott Peterson?
So can she come on the show today when it's all over? That's crazy. Well, I don't know the juror. I mean, I could probably easily find out who that juror is, but she hasn't been dismissed yet. They said they're not going to the judge isn't going to make a decision until Monday whether he's going to dismiss her or not.
I knew that the defense was going to rain on everybody's. I mean, she sounds so like she came to them right away. She was totally forthcoming. Like, she sounds like she's the most do it right juror ever. And they're like, we need to dismiss her.
They don't want the do it right juror.
Nope.
Yeah, like, totally, like, we could have saw that coming, you know? They're looking for any reason to.
But I do agree. She went about it in such a great way. Like, she was very.
When he said white sweatshirt, gold hoops, I was like, yep, she's
she's too good. And then she works with the clergy at the church. Hi, the real angel girl. Welcome. Allie said that, Christine, we miss you and your sassy, silly self. She's trying to make me do a tongue twister.
Oh, yes.
And so it was just an interesting story, and I was like, wow, I don't know, and I know that like it really has no relevance to anything, but for me, I was like, holy crap.
No, but it's such a
I
cool
was gonna say,
connection.
so
Like
I had my sister text her right away.
she was a very, very qualified expert, though. I feel like out of all of them, she had a shit ton of experience in her field. I think. I don't know. She performed very well on the stand. I think so far.
Well,
Why
she's
did the
done.
defense
She's off the
attorney?
stand.
Oh, that's
Why
right.
did
So
the
she's done.
defense? I don't even remember how to do this. Like, when's it my turn to talk? Why did the defense attorney? Why did he keep saying she testified directly to the gun being weapon that murdered Gannon? Like, does he know stuff that we rest of us don't know? Because didn't the medical examiner or whatever say that she can't tell which one or which board it happened in? That's what the defense attorney kept saying.
That's the gun that was used that they found on the nightstand. That's the gun that she used. They ended up matching it to the bullets that they recovered in the pillow and in Gannon. And it had her DNA, Al's DNA, and another male's DNA, which, when talking to Crime Curious, we kind of figure is probably Landon's brother or his brother. It was one of the brothers that was there that he had. Remember, he says he handed the guns to one of the brothers because he trusted him. He knew how to use a gun. It really is the real Angel Girl. It is. It's a good group of people.
Oh, thank you, Angel Girl.
So you're here in Everglade County getting ready for orthopedic surgery too. Ooh, Harris, good luck. Keep you in my thoughts.
Yes. Get some good rest after that. Take time for yourself.
Yeah, so the defense attorney, when he was saying that he wants to get rid of the juror, he said, like, that's a really good, that's a really close connection. Like, it's her mom. Like, he knows, like, she knows the witness's mom, and she doesn't know the witness's mom. She knows the witness's mother-in-law. But I'm sure they're very close. Knowing the family the way that I do know the family, I'm sure they're all very close. And obviously, they all planned, Janice's end-of-life stuff together.
Yeah, that's a. And didn't she say they were? Did Stephanie come to her house, or did they all go to Stephanie's house?
They all went to Stephanie's house.
They all went to
Stephanie and Janice's son.
Eduardo's DNA. BR.
BR the star. Yeah, Eduardo's. So, okay. So we only have, since we were live last time, we have the 1 day of trial to talk about when it comes to Stauch. But gosh, there's just always so much that happens. And I'll be honest, firearms is like my least favorite thing of anything that has to do with forensics. It just really, really is. I even when she was talking, I was like, she sounds very intelligent, but I like zoned out. I was like,
she got me. She had me.
Did she?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do
I
you
don't
like
know.
firearm stuff? Because I struggle with it.
I didn't realize that it can. Yeah, I guess I didn't think so, but yeah, I get into the ridges of the bullets and all that type of stuff. I don't know why. But.
I didn't really pay attention to it either, but I did pay attention to that other investigator. I love the ones when they come on with the cell phone stuff. When they come
Oh,
on
stop! He was so cute. The guy with the suit.
With the he was the crime scene investigator. He was cute, yeah.
He was so happy to be there.
I was talking about, like, and towards the beginning, there was an investigator for the district attorney, and I even sent the clip to Teresa because he just like laid out his education and career path, and I was like, this is my hero. I want this. This is what I want.
This is literally Christine's resume. So I'm like, This is what Christine wants to do. Just write all that down and just walk it in and be like, here you go. This is my future.
The first time I try to go apply for a job and they have to go check my back on my references, you bitches are gonna get me fired before I get hired. They're gonna be like, were you investigating when you were just a civilian? I was like, no.
So do you guys think that the juror should be excused? Everybody in chat put a 1 if the juror should be excused and a 2 if she should stay, or a 3 you don't think it matters. 1 she should go, 2 she should stay, 3 doesn't matter. Hi, crazy mama.
Here she goes.
I'm gonna leave real quick because I have an echo. I'll be right back.
You come.
I don't hear anything. While she's gone, do you guys know, I kept forgetting to tell this story since November, but my brother-in-law, I was sitting at the table with my brother-in-law and he's telling me about work, and he's in the prison, what's it called? A prison guard.
Mhm.
And he's a prison guard at, really? I forget all my crime work, but
I was trying to do it super fast so you wouldn't know.
I noticed, Teresa. Get your hands off the button.
But I was like super quick about it.
Teresa, say the name of the prison I'm trying to think of.
The name of the prison?
St. Quentin.
St. Quentin.
He was a prison guard at. He is a prison guard at San Quentin, and he was one of the prison guards that was on the death row. So he knew Scott Peterson, and it was right after Scott Peterson got switched out to the lifetime jail instead of death row. And he was telling me all those stories about Scott. Now he's a big baby. It was really interesting.
He should be a big baby. He's on death row. Or he was. Not anymore.
Yeah,
okay, so a lot of
people like the hotel.
You guys saw the picture of Scott. Like, he looked like he was on vacay. I was like, what? This dude's like cell looks better than my house. So a lot of people don't think it matters. There are a couple ones that she should be removed and some twos that she should stay. I think most things, probably 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. For my personal opinion, she's probably going to have to go. That's my thought process. She's going to have to go.
She seems like a really nice person, a very trusting individual at that. But just for the sake of the trial itself, I think she may have to go.
Yeah.
I hope her
Unfortunately.
feelings don't get hurt. You did a good job.
She did.
And she just seems so dang nice. And that the defense is never going to allow that. You didn't see the picture. I'm going to pull it up. Anybody who hasn't seen Scott Peterson, just because we're here just chilling, and I'm going to pull it up so you guys can see how nice his Zoom meetings are.
I would have believed it too till somebody explained that the backgrounds.
Yeah, it's a Zoom background. But I'm telling you right now, it's like super cushy. Here it is. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There you go. There's Scott Peterson with his family.
Wait a second. Whoa.
He looks like he's in like
he's on vacation. Look how tan he is. He's tan. His teeth are all white. He's just chilling.
It almost doesn't even look like him.
No malicious.
There's something wrong just outside of the whole tan teeth thing. Like, doesn't look like him at all. Like, at all. I don't think at all.
It is a WebEx background, right? I mean, it's just the background, but it looks very real, and 2, look at how fancy he looks. He's just like he's all tan and on vacation. I won't get into the Scott Peterson debate, but he still looks like he's on vacay. Yeah, he's got some nice big throw pillows. He matches his background. It's like a nice little window. It's got a cozy little throw blanket.
They should only offer them backgrounds that are appropriate. Hellfire in the background.
Hellfire.
No. That's why I said I'm not even going to get into the Scott Peterson debate. I just wanted to show you guys. Okay, back to Letitia. I gotta pull my Letitia notes now. Let me show this one for you guys. Hold on. Let me pull that back up real quick and I'll show you guys. So this is the big thing that happened yesterday.
This is amazing.
You guys saw this where she's flipping off the camera? Look at her.
Yeah, we know why all this is even happening. Come on.
Just stretching my wrist.
She's going to do anything to get herself out of that courtroom because she's so damn shamed right now, as she should be, and embarrassed. No, let her sit there. I would never remove her. I just wouldn't. I don't care
Letitia?
what you pull. Yeah, I would never remove her from that courtroom, no matter what, because that's what she wants. Why give people like that what they want? No, you're going to sit there. You want your hands restrained? Fine. Put them right there. So you can't flip people off. Like, who does this? She
Well,
does.
I should pull up the clip of the end of court because when the judge is like, I should just pull it up in case. Did you guys all see it? If you guys saw it, I don't need to play it again. But
He talks to her like a child.
it's beautiful. Hold on, I'll
Amazing.
pull it up.
It is funny though. Like, this is super funny to me. Look at her.
She's so
Full
dumb.
head case.
My video. You know what? I joined a trial chat, one of those big trial chats, just so I could drop that video in there every day or so.
Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna sleuth. Mom.
I feel so satisfied with this trial because we're getting like all the details on all the stuff. Freaking the trip in Kansas part, the fight.
I do feel like we're having where it's very clear on what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's another one. There she is. Here's the other one. There she is.
The first, please describe what we're talking about.
Hold on. Where's she going? There she goes. Ah! She's crazy. Not legally insane. She's just crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Because I want you guys to hear at the end of the day.
For stains when we were in the garage.
He closed up photograph.
You are on this.
The expert witness, Stephanie, and at that funeral.
Because I know her, something along those lines. Do you think that you can wait?
This right here.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has left the courtroom. Are there any challenges to juror number 12 continuing to serve as a juror in this case? Prosecution.
No, Judge. The juror was very conscientious.
Shook out. I don't know, since she was not excused, whether that will help me a whole lot, but I want to look at two of those things, and then I will make
it's coming up right after this
before we start trial on Monday.
This is when they're talking about.
Go from there.
Yeah, we just have one other issue to bring up.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for it now?
Yes.
Okay. It's come to our attention.
Hold on, just
okay.
Should go ahead and go, and we'll see her back on that. Okay, Mr. Allen.
It's come to our attention that during the, I think mostly the afternoon session of witnesses today, that the defendant has been flipping the bird potentially to witnesses or to our family that are here for Gannon. And there have been pictures that have been passed to me during this process. One, it's disrespectful to this court. It's disrespectful to this process. And I would ask the court to admonish her to refrain from acting this way in the future during the pendency of this case.
Okay. I've not seen any of that, but on the other hand, the defendant is to my far right. I can see her some on a screen, but I'll just take it as is. Ms. Stauch, what you need to understand is that I can control the conduct of an awful lot of people in the courtroom, including yours. And don't do that. Don't show that kind of, don't be making disrespectful gestures to witnesses, to people, to family members, anything like that. You need to understand that if that continues, I can have you removed and the trial will continue without you. And you will sit in a holding cell in this building. And every time we take a break, I'll bring you back up to ask whether or not you can conform your conduct to what I'm requiring. If you choose to act in a disruptive behavior or disruptive fashion, I'll just have you removed and we'll continue on without you. And then we'll check and see if you want to come back and behave in a respectful manner. So I'll just leave it at that. And we will see where we are on Monday. All right. All right, court will be in recess. You can leave everything here. The only thing that I for sure want to have locked up is the gun and the ammunition. I don't ever leave that out. So that we need to make sure gets into a locker somewhere or into an evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see everybody 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
All right. So she's over there laughing. I don't know if you guys saw that, but she's like kind of chuckling.
She's
Of
disgusting.
witnesses today
She
that
is.
the defendant has been.
And the defendant
Watch her.
is
She's like,
to my
I
far
wish I could
right.
zoom in
I
on
do
this, but I
see, I can see her some.
How dare she
on
do
a
that
screen,
to any family?
but I'll just.
She thinks it's funny.
Mhm.
For sure want to have locked
You
up
see?
is
She is.
the gun and the
You know,
ammunition.
and to an extent, she is
That out.
funny
I'm just
with her
moving my
stupid
hand.
shit.
I'm
So
not
that we
really
need to
doing
make sure
anything.
gets into a
But when you're doing it towards the family, after
locker
you just
somewhere or into an
this
evidence closet somewhere. Other than that, we'll see
horrific
everybody
thing to this
9 o'clock
baby,
on Monday morning.
bigger reason why I let her ass sit there. She could be restrained. You don't play into crazy like that. You let it perform. Let her perform.
Well, I would think that they should just strap, like literally, you could strap her hands down.
Yep.
Hi,
Her ass
Jamie,
down.
when she starts laughing again, she gives a double barrel flip. Yeah, she just thinks it's funny. And then she's like over there, like her attorney, she's like, I'm just moving my hands like this and whatever. Somebody said that there was a possibility that she had whispered something like she'd like to be admonished because she doesn't want to be there anyway.
No.
I don't know who she's actually flipping off because there's multiple of them. There's multiple flip-offs happening. Hold on, let me pull.
That's why I'm always curious whenever she does her little antic, who is actually up on the witness stand, who is actually speaking, because for me, depending upon who is up there is how she acts. And
Right.
I mean, this is going to be very, she still has something in store. I feel that something bigger than this, but her goal is to get out of there.
Who's she gonna lose it with though? Who's gonna take the stand that she's gonna actually lose it with? Because I feel like it's gonna be Harley.
Before Harley, though, she's going to do this either that day before, or something's going to happen that night in jail, or some crazy something. Like it's going to be right before. I don't think it's going to happen during. She's going to try to avoid herself being there at all costs, and she's going to, in her mind, think she's going to be able to do every and anything, excuse me, to get Harley not up there. Which it's too late, if that's the case.
Oh, some people think Landon. Yeah.
Like, she gets me, man.
I despise this woman.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't want to be there when Harley testifies. I agree.
Hell no. Especially after all this cockamamie shit that they're kind of lining up for Harley in a sense. Oh no. That's your
Her
baby.
attorneys are really lining up though that they're going after Harley. They're not. I don't think Harley is on the defense side here whatsoever. If you notice when they talk about with the guy CSI, they talk about the teenage room, the teenage girl's room, and how there was blood on the blanket, there was blood on the sheet, there was blood on something in the hamper.
And then Harley still being around. Remember Harley still being around the crime scene or the evidence when Letitia was not. That whole push.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Shit.
I hear that she's going to blame it on Harley. I do think she's going to blame some on Harley. I think that's what the defense is going with, because the only things they seem to question for anybody when they're up there is when it comes to having to do with Harley. They talked about, did somebody take her DNA? The guy's like, I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know. I didn't do it or whatever. And then they're talking about the blood in her room. They're talking about the fact that she was left at the crime scene unattended. Nobody was there with her. She was alone. Now there's blood found in her room. But whose blood? We don't know any of that yet. They haven't told us all the results. Right now they're talking to us about the evidence collection. So I believe next week we're going to get more into the processing of all of those things that were collected.
Were they talking about the blood being on blankets in Harley's room? I can't remember exactly what it was, though.
Blood on a comforter in a sheet, laundry basket, sheet, blue had all had blue star reactions is what I wrote in my notes.
Oh yeah, Allie, it gets crazy, babe. And I don't know about you guys, but just looking at that gun, I don't know why. We've seen them a billion times before, but looking at that gun and then just thinking what she did to him with it just, I don't know, that just enraged me even more. You're a mother, you're a woman, you've got that gun lock loaded, ready to go, 16, 17 bullets in it. Wait, what?
I don't know how she managed to do any of that, but like I don't know how she managed to ever cross the street correctly either. Like, like I don't know how she got through life so far.
She's a teenager. Her whole way, her whole attitude, like she handles herself like a legit teenager. I feel like some of the responses and the way she is something that if my daughter was that disrespectful, that would be the type of answers that I would get. Anytime you challenge any of her stupidity or any of her lies or anything like that, what does a teenager do when they're caught in trouble?
Wanted to breathe.
Acts out.
Oh my God, if I hear her say she needs to breathe one more time.
Yeah. The chest pain, this, that. I went, oh, this is like, I will say when she was in that semi-headlock situation,
driving to get air.
I enjoyed it. I kind of enjoyed that part. Outside of the detective getting hurt or whatnot, I actually enjoyed watching her be like headlocked, flip back around, knee, the one detective's knee on her leg. It was good. It was good.
Did you guys all get to see the? You guys all get to see
Going to
this?
the nearest detention facility? Oh, everybody knows good.
I'll play some of it. So she like throws the monster drink at the officer. Can you guys hear it? Okay, it's not nothing, no sound yet though. So, hi NorCal, hi Queen Olive, hi Trista. Yeah, she's a big spoiled brat. I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, somebody who can't breathe can't talk that much, and this is I suffer from panic attacks and anxiety, so I know how bad it is to have a panic attack. And where you feel like you can't breathe, but knowing that you're talking, you know you're breathing. So the one thing I thought was ironic about this, though, is that they're in this passenger rented van for a long time, and they said that Letitia was like singing along with them.
Stop.
And
We did trivia.
Like,
And whatnot.
Krista,
She keeps on
what?
talking to me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. She got out of her screens. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps put your arm down. Put your arm down. She's threatening me the whole time. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you, but not cooperate with me. Cooperate with me. I will with you, but not with her. Cooperate with me. I will with you, not with her.
I have to be honest. I would like
Tisha?
to see what led up to this. Though. I'd like to see the whole thing where it was.
I will with you. I said I will with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
So dumb. I hate her.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her. Well, I'm not resisting.
Go ahead. I got it on.
I have to stop.
You said stop
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
When I posted this, I should have grabbed
You just stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
in court because I should have put that on here too, and I didn't. Now that I think about it,
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
BG, they might release it after the trial because it's probably just going to be part of the Cora request, so that you might get the whole.
Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying
24 plus
to.
hours.
She can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Here's what we want to do. We're going to the nearest detention facility. Oh, everybody knows good. Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands? Not right now, Keisha. Yes, it's all my arms. Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the cloth. Hitting you.
So there's multiple occasions. The one that Detective Bethel, who's not Detective Bethel anymore. She just misses Bethel. But the one that she actually gets hurt, they don't have on camera because she basically falls back onto the detective and does something to her arm where the detective ends up having to have surgery.
Yeah, she when they're loading her into the next place or whatever, she as they're heading into the door, she has her on one side and Detective Riley has her on the other, and she drops her weight.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Bethel did something to her shoulder. Should have got a shoulder.
Probably tore a rotor cuff, but I don't know. They didn't
Imagine
say.
dropping that weight and you're holding her this way. They didn't have to hold her that way. They could have held her differently
Yeah.
and still be nice to her. I wouldn't.
Can you turn the air on?
Alexi,
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
she's so mean to me. We were just singing songs and playing trivia. She's so mean to me.
Everybody's so mean to me as I just did these horrific things to this little boy.
They don't say why she's not a cop anymore, C-Dub, but I just in my own mind, I came up with my own theory that she didn't want to deal with people like Letitia Stauch in this case
I
anymore.
can't breathe.
I really liked her too. I think she
I
did a
can't
great job.
breathe. It's open as I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. It's to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
2600 Avenue. Right by Pretty Horses on 70.
Hi, Melanie.
I'm not resisting her.
Like when she tries to be like, I'm just
You're
trying to
hurting
breathe
my arm.
for you. Just trying to breathe for you
You're
guys.
hurting my arm. You're hurting my arm. I just want my arm. It's hurting my arm. Just let my arm up.
A 2-year-old. I'll do it for you. I'll only do it for you. She was disrespecting me.
Pressure point. It's my arm. It's bent backwards and it's hurting.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. This is Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please
Office.
off my arm.
Need a marked unit
I am.
to the 2600 block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist, please.
I have Keisha Stauch in custody.
that was a good comment, Betty. Thank you.
I know, I'm like, if you're not commenting, that's a good one to come up with.
I didn't try to escape.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door. The breeze.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600 block.
Calm. We were not doing anything correct.
Will you please let me with my elbow, my wrist.
Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door's not going to breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Keisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it hurts. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
Over the middle of the freeway.
They should have got a couple in while her arm was blocking that camera.
Oh,
What she did to that other detective.
I am in a great
I'm surprised that Letitia died. She's hitting me. She's hitting me.
We're on the shoulder of the road.
Tell them to pick it up.
And we need a code 3 response, please.
you said you look arm.
Yes, Melanie. T just played it. It was pretty
Nope.
funny
She's
and
assaulted.
disgusting all at the same time.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy, Edward Palm, Henry Edward
It's hurting my arm.
So she doesn't end up with charges for this. They don't charge her in Kansas.
4 of 83 is her birthday.
I thought that was
I
interesting.
did not try to escape.
No, man, I have
I
2
did
other
Tell us
deputies
the
with me.
story.
SRT.
Could not breathe. I asked you to open the door.
Yep. We've got her under
Yes, ma'am.
control right now. We've got Kansas coming out here now.
Yes, troops here. Yes.
Well, we're gonna get some
Yes, ma'am.
other equipment to at least secure her, or
No,
at
ma'am.
least have somebody take us or escort us to the border, and then have one of our people come to the border.
We're hurting my arm.
Okay.
You bet you just need one more
Yeah,
N.
everybody's fine.
N.
You're good.
You got it.
Hit her.
You should put her in a
Got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
That's what our plan is. So if you can, I don't know how far we are.
No, we're all
As
okay.
soon as we get an
No,
escort,
they don't.
We just need
When you look up her charges, she doesn't have a charge for this, which is surprising. She has a charge for trying to escape with the broom and the
Yep.
letters that she wrote. She
we're gonna
got
have
a charge for that. But
for state patrol. We'll have
I don't
an
see a
escort
charge
us
for
to the
this.
Colorado
Are
border.
you having a state patrol? Well, my arm is hurting. Or who's dispatching out, man?
Well, like how all this starts originally, because she had to have the door open, and the lieutenant came in and basically placed her ass and said, "No, you sit down. We can like this is how this goes here." He was rude to me. I couldn't even handle it, and then she morphed into this.
Colorado border.
Lift my head off. We look like the use the time and we'll see what we can do.
She doesn't like that male authority because they were being so good with her. Like they were being very good with her.
All right, you guys, I gotta go. I stopped by to say hi.
Aw, okay. All right.
We gotta go
Christine.
practice piano and stuff with Jack and all that other stuff.
Oh, have fun.
Love y'all.
Love you.
See you later. Bye.
Yeah, Allie, it was in Kansas. There's no charge in Kansas. But the only thing is like this is an El Paso cop that she does end up hurting, which I would think that she would get something for that. But like I said, if somebody finds something that I'm unaware of, please let me know. But I don't see any charges for any of this. So, all right, we can stop playing this one. If you guys want to watch it, I did put this up on the channel. I also have the interview that I pieced it all together because they played it in like so many different chunks. I pieced it all together so you can watch it straight through. But it's over like 4 hours. We do learn the whole tissues in the pants is because she said she peed a little. That's pretty much the end of it since the last live we've had on this. She peed a little. I peed a little. So she definitely was putting the tissues in her pants though, because they were telling her when she was going to go to the bathroom not to wipe because it could wipe away evidence. So then she is putting the tissues in her pants. I don't know.
I don't even I still don't understand.
Okay, but before we go into another case, I have to talk to you guys about something that I was thinking about last night. And I have to see what you guys think of this, but I got to pull up some pictures for you first. So the senior CSI, I'm trying to remember what her name was now, Brooke Bell. She's the one that's on the stand at the end of the day. So she goes in. They show a ton of pictures. Yesterday was a ton of pictures, and in these pictures, like I said, I want to pull this up for you guys because let's see if I can find it quickly.
Exactly, C-Dub. Exactly.
So this candle incident. I think we all think about this candle situation and what happened with this candle because it bothers me so much. Everything they talk about when it comes to this candle, I overly pay attention to, trying to figure out. Hi, Delaney. Hi, 867.
Hey, Delaney.
Why would she want to wipe so bad if she knew she was not at safe? Exactly. I don't know. I really don't. I wish I could tell you. So, the carpet. Let's talk about the carpet. I'm going to pull up the picture so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Here's one. They're just going to pop up on the screen, but they're not in order yet. So I'm just grabbing them. Should have had them all pulled up.
Yes, Truth Seeker. I found that very interesting, which I'm sure T is going to probably go over in a second, but yes.
Well, then I want to bring up like the original because it was something that I hadn't really thought about before. So here's the candle spill. Right. This is supposedly the night of the 26th where the candle is spilled. She takes this photo and to like prove that this candle is spilled. And I don't think I ever really noticed before. Maybe you guys did, but I didn't. Oh, Betty, don't even worry about it. There's a line right here. Do you see this line? You see, like, there's like, this is all dark over here, and then there's like a line here. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so pay attention to that. And then the other cop talks about how he went to the trash can, right? And out of the trash can, they pull out the candle. The candle's in one trash can, and then the other trash can is the piece of carpet that has the candle wax on it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So she cut out that piece of carpet, and let me pull up that photo. So we have the square where she pulls the candle wax out. We have the one CSI that testified that in this area right here, it was presumptive positive for blood. Once again, we still haven't got to the people who actually process all the evidence, but during the Blue Star, it did react in this area right here on the carpet after it was cut out. So there's still blood here in this area. Okay, so you see here's this chunk of carpet found in the trash can from right here, right? Okay, well, now yesterday, the other CSI lady, Brooke Bell, comes in and she starts talking about how they cleaned out the storage room, right? Remember this? So let me pull these photos up real quick. And they clean up the storage room, and they have this whole chunk of carpet that was over in the corner, and it's in two pieces. These I think are from Sleuth Mom when I was watching her. So that's where these are from. I just take the screenshots. And so they show the smaller one, and it's this piece, right? There's two pieces. There's the big one, and then there's the little one.
Right.
That's the little one, right? And then there's this big one that has all these cuts out of it. So somebody tell me why there is a small piece of carpet that fits this, and I want you to pay attention to the blood. You see this blood right here, and you see blood right here. You see that right here and right here. And remember, she says there's still blood, still tested presumptive positive for blood right here. This piece fits in here. So there's a square piece of carpet that has blood that's found in the storage room, right? But there's a square piece of carpet that has candle wax that's found, where's it at? That's found in the trash can. Does this make sense? You get where I'm going with this? The original spot on the floor is blood. It's this piece. She cuts this piece out, but because the blood went through to the padding, she has to cover it up. So here's your candle wax, and here's your candle burn. Then you got to pretend that there's this cover. You got to pretend that this wax spilled, right? So that everybody can know that there's wax spill. So here's your wax spill on your carpet. We'll throw that one away in the trash so that anybody who sees it knows that the candle spilled, right? And then there's the next cutout. Let me pull that one up for you. There's the next cutout. There's not just one cutted carpet or cut out piece of carpet. There's two.
Oh my God.
Which is why the person testifies that it didn't make sense. And we've always, I think anybody who's followed this case has gone like, candles don't burn. They don't burn like that. And even the expert who ends up testifying says, well, you would not see something like this. Well, you wouldn't see it because this is done on purpose because she's covering the blood that was on the padding under here. This was blood.
That's why I love you. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
So the blood and some time came along before the candle. Does that mean it came long before her video worried about my burns? So this is where I was really I was struggling with this because I'm like, that doesn't make sense. We know that Gannon had burns because you hear him talking about the fact that he's worried about his burn. I'm just worried about my burns. Or at least that's what we think he says. That's what the court thinks he says. That's what the prosecution thinks he says. He says, I'm just worried about my burns. So I'll put them all up next to each other so you guys can see them. You can see what I'm talking about. Let me try to make them smaller. So
And for some reason, see that line that you pointed out? That was such that was so good, T. I just thought that was like a shadow, like just quick looking at it. Like I'm like, is that a shadow
never thought about
or
it
something?
before that. Yeah.
But, oh no.
So I said, I'll try to put them up in order so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. And I mean, could I be wrong? Obviously, yes, I could be wrong. But this is what I was catching on to yesterday when they were talking about it.
Because she does say that you can pretty much the type of carpet that they have, you could pretty much basically almost put a lighter to it, and it's not going to do what that did.
Tiffany says, no, you're not wrong. Didn't the coroner say the coroner did not know, could not tell, he was too decomposed? So my thought is that the whole point of this was that this was blood. That whole candle situation right here, this is a cover-up. This piece of carpet is fake. I mean, it's not fake carpet, but it's not the carpet that was originally there. It's a different square carpet.
Because she also has that other piece, like she's done it before. See when they catch the blood coming out, through the garage, I believe, but right at the door, right there, you see that there's there's another cutout of a rug.
Yeah, there's two cutouts. There's no other carpet missing in the house. So where else would this piece have come from? That's right here. The corner piece that's in the room is not cut out. The cops cut that out. You see the pictures with it there, and you see the pictures after the cops cut it. Now, does she burn him? I think that he says that he's burned. That's what I hear. I'm just worried about my burns. I don't know what else it could be, but there's that whole mental thing of when you're told that something is being said, and so that's what you hear is being said. I don't know if that's the case or if he actually was burned. They don't know. And if he was burned, we don't know where he was burned or how he was burned. But I'm telling you, that carpet is not the actual carpet. This is the actual carpet. That's my thought.
And that amount of blood would make more sense than what we are. I'm not going to word that right. Look at how.
ATS.
What am I not?
I think she punished him. That's my whole thing, is I think she was punishing him. I think whatever he did, she was pissed and he was punishing him. And it goes back to the last live where I played that clip in her interview. I don't know if you guys weren't here for that one. I can play it again. In the interview, she says he was more burned than he should have. He was more burned than he should have been. He shouldn't have been burned at all. So why did she say he was more burned than he should have been?
That pattern is
right here. But see, my whole point was because there's still blood, and if you look, so this is the underside, and if you put that straight in there, there's blood on this corner right here. That would go into where the corner is that she's talking about, that there's still blood on the empty hole. I don't know, where did I put that one? Where's the empty hole one? Oh, that's the trash. That's the actual can. I don't think I need that one. We'll get rid of it. No, I went way too far.
That was just part of her story. She brought I believe she named him El Guardo. Am I saying that right?
Eduardo.
Eduardo. There we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was all part of her story.
So I think this is all fake. Whatever happened with this, I don't think is real. And maybe she punished him with the burns and something else. I don't know. I don't know. But that's a good amount of blood. And to me, that's like a head injury. So the only thing I can also think of, it goes back to the original theory that I had long before, was this freaking white pedestal. Hold on, all my pictures closed, so now I got to pull them back up. This freaking white pedestal. Nobody's testified to it yet. this white pedestal right here, oh, I guess it was in that picture anyway, because that's a lot of blood. Head wounds bleed a lot. Your head bleeds a ton. I got a scratch on my forehead from a nail when I worked at Home Depot, and let me tell you, that thing it would not stop, and it was not that big of a scratch. They just bleed out. Your head bleeds a lot.
And it's almost like it's like one, again, I'm going to say it, because there's two blood patterns right there. It's not from the rug being, any of that, because they're clearly different. But was that 2 ounces? Like,
so she threw the candle at him and it burned him. And she hit him in the head, which caused a head wound and caused it to bleed. Or she shoves him and hits him into this white pedestal where he gets some type of head trauma. And those are probably things that we'll never, ever know the answer to. We'll probably never get the truth. We'll probably never know what actually happened this night or how this actually went. But this is something that's going to bug me forever. But now that there's this piece, I can guarantee you the whole candle thing. Because also, there was another weird thing about, let me see if I can find that picture real quick, about the difference in where the wax was on the couch versus where the wax is on the ground. And it's like it could have toppled over, bounce. Remember, I think NorCal Jim said this last time. Boop, 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 bounces off and then hits the ground. Right here. So does she like chuck the candle at him? And he's laying this way. This is where his arms are, and then goes down. But I'm telling you that still, this is, she's got to explain the burns, right? So if she threw the candle at him, then she has to explain the burns one way or the other. If it hits him in the head or he hits his head on one of these tables, because even though in these pictures, the white stand is over here, in her picture, the white stand is right next to the couch.
Yep.
Let me go back to that one. See, the white stand is actually right here next to the couch.
Yep.
In hers. I don't know. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's something off with the carpet. I think there's 2 pieces of carpet.
Yep.
And yeah, the blankets are also, the blankets also have like the waxing and charring on them.
Yep.
So
wax, have char and blood. Do you think it actually went down there? Like everything? Now looking at that.
No, the rest of it happened in his room. But what my whole theory has always been that she did something to him on Sunday night that she knew she couldn't come back from. And so she thought that he would either just die or she was giving him the drugs to make him die so that it would cover up the abuse or whatever she did on Sunday night. Then he doesn't die. And that pisses her off. So she's driving around waiting for him to die, waiting for him to overdose. And she gets so mad because she knows that Lena's going to come home and she has to be home for Lena and have all this story ready to go.
Yep.
So she's pissed off. And so that's where this overkill comes in with the 18 stab wounds. And then she's like, this guy still won't die. So she just goes and gets the gun.
Yep.
Because she needs him to be dead before Lena comes home.
Yep. This makes all the sense in the world. For me, it totally does. I mean, it definitely explains why this candle thing never really made too much. Like, it made sense because we had the video and we can hear him say that. But as far as what the candle did itself, it just didn't make sense. Like, it did, but it didn't.
There was a whole bunch of speculation because you see all the red that's underneath here. And so many were like, is that dried blood? Is that, like, what is that? Well, now that we know that there is these 2 different pieces of carpet, and we know that the blankets were burned, like somebody was mentioning in the chat, the one or 2 of the blankets are red. Let me find the blankets. I think I have them in here too, somewhere. So, that could just have been part of the whole. They had already gotten some of the candle wax. Let me pull this one up.
Yes, Danielle, it was such a small candle. It just, to do what it did, that never made sense either. Like,
so see, this blanket is this blanket right here.
Yep.
And then the other one is, let's see if I can find the other one. Is this one. And then that's the other blanket that's right there. See? That blanket's that blanket. So, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I came up with listening to the stuff from yesterday. I was like, I think that this was blood. The reason this didn't match anything that we ever thought, it was a white. Yeah, I think it was a white candle. It looks white. CDT and I were actually having that conversation. I'm pretty sure it's a white candle, but I think that red that you see here is from that red blanket. So I think that she hid the carpet that had the blood on it because she knew she needed to get rid of it at some point. So that one got hid, and then she replaces that carpet with another square, pours the candle wax all over it to explain how Gannon got burned. So you get this whole thing, so she can purposely set it up so that Gannon knocked over a candle. And then, because once again, we still don't. She says he knocked over the candle. That's not. We don't know that. We don't know that to be true. She doesn't tell the truth about anything. Well, so this is a question that actually came up on the last live too, because she talks in the interview about how Harley's dad was killed, and it's like, what do you mean Harley's dad was killed? He died of an overdose. What do you know that nobody else knows? Oh crap! And I was going to look into that, and I never did. Yes, she flipped out because she went too far and knew that Gannon would tell on her and that she would be done. I think so. That's exactly. She knew that Al was already getting ready to leave her. You could tell that by all of her Google searches and everything else, that she was already pushed to the brink on the fact that she thought Al was leaving her and he was just using her to babysit, essentially. That's why he hadn't left, because otherwise he would lose custody of his kids because nobody would be able to take care of them.
That's right.
So blunt force could be the candle. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's either that or she hits him into like this pedestal thing, because either one of those would be right there in that vicinity and would cause a massive amount of blood loss, which would end up on that carpet that she ends up hiding, uses a different piece. See, and you can look. See, here's that piece, and look at the difference in color. It looks similar. Because this is the same roll of carpet that she would have cut the second piece that had the candle wax on it. So, that's my theory. There's multiple pieces of carpet. It was blood originally, right here. She cuts that out, burns the blood that went through the padding to cover it up, and then throws that piece into the trash, and then cuts out another piece and says, look, see, there was a candle that was knocked over. Here's my proof. So I think he was. I think he probably was fighting back. He was probably putting his hands up as maybe not fighting back, but like to block the blows.
Anyway, yeah, just to. I mean, clearly she's enraged. She's dealt with her before, and now he feels that it's really going to the next level. I'm sure he's petrified. He's scared, and she's just going and go. Of what?
All right, so final thoughts on this crazy week of Letitia Stauch coming back Monday morning. What do you think? Oh yeah, she was flipping. She definitely was flipping the bird on purpose. It wasn't just one little stretch of the hand. It was a few different times in a few different directions. So I would like to know who she was flipping off, but I don't think we probably will never know that. She's just flipping the bird. Probably the judge, honestly.
I almost thought it could have been at Bethel. Am I saying that right? Because she's no longer the detective. When she was giving her testimony at certain parts, but then I'm like, I'm trying to align it, and I'm like, I don't think so. But that's why I initially thought that it was going to.
Like that final thought, we hate her. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my final thought for a long time. Gannon got blood on the carpet in the garage. Yeah, that's this piece of carpet. Hold on, I have that picture too, I think. Find it.
And never gets rid of that piece of carpet. Like she thinks of that moment and that carpet and doing whatever she needs to do there.
Well, she thinks she's got all this covered already.
But then
this is already done.
Why forget your way out carpet though? Like with that blood
trickle. She had that rolled up in there. She just needed to get it still. But then she had to leave the house and she never went back. So why she didn't put that in with the other stuff, I have no idea. But I mean, this is what they say: criminals make mistakes, so that's how it goes. Hi, Jen Lou.
Jen Lou, how are you?
She was flipping off the general public. Probably she's just flipping off anybody. Probably just going to use it for the fact that look at me, I'm crazy, I'm insane. This is my other personality doing it.
That's all it is. That's what the hair is about. That's what all the shit is about, to go towards that. And she gets.
I thought for sure that she would say something along the lines at the end, like, "I didn't do that. That wasn't me."
No, she's not going to do that. She's never going to do it. She's just going to keep her little antics up until whatever happens, till they reprimand her in some way, and then she'll take it from there.
Let me see. Where is
exactly C-Dub? Oh, we love you, Mary.
Garage. I'm looking.
Yes, Betty. She thinks she is literally smarter than everyone. But a true entitled narcissist would. So sad.
I swear I have that. That's Gannon's room.
So what's the deal with Harley? Is Harley definitely testifying? Like, do we know anything about that? Or I've heard nothing.
Well, they basically have asked, like, they acted like she's testifying, and they both have her on the witness list. Somebody's calling her, and Michael Allen in his opening statement says, you're going to hear from Harley, her daughter, that, who was her closest confidant at the time. So, hi, Mary. Oh, yeah. All the love to everyone in here listening and thinking about this horrific case, Justice for Gannon. It's coming. They've done a great job.
Michael Allen and his team, they're going to get it done. And I believe wholeheartedly in those jurors. And between her antics and just getting all the case facts themselves, they're going to make the right decision here and deliver that justice for Gannon, no doubt. And thank you, Muscles and Mascara, for that. We love you. She does not like women, Jada, at all. She doesn't. And she's very, very intimidated by them. And depending upon, she categorizes women. And the women that she feels are on her level, like her daughter and teenagers, that's why she has, like, she could speak to Harley's friends and do things like that, because that's where she mentally is. If there's a professional up there versus just a witness, she's even more intimidated. And for me, I see it in her. She started out with the whole hair mess with her behavior and whatnot. And I feel like a lot comes through her hair signals, should I say. And you definitely see it a lot when there's a professional woman up on the stand.
Hi, Punksy. She doesn't like anybody who she deems more intelligent than she is, because she needs to be the smartest person in the room.
Does not like authority at all. That's why when the male came in and toned his voice to her, she
doesn't like men.
Right. For someone who has anxiety, that would kick her back because he toned her voice. That would be something to startle her, right? She didn't do that. She snapped right back at him. Attitude came right in. Please.
I may send her a cash app for that. Allie. Okay. All right. So we're back Monday with Letitia Stauch's trial, and gosh only knows, they're laying it out. I mean, they are. I am uber impressed with the prosecution in this case, probably more than I have in any case I've ever watched. I think that I don't know. They have everything ready to go, all their ducks in a row. The only thing I wish to be able to see how good I think that they are is really how good they are is if they were able to, and we'll probably see it more when the doctors are on the stand, is the redirects and how they continue to get out of whatever the defense tries to pull. But the defense hasn't really tried to pull much yet because they're not going that route. So their main focus is going to be on that she didn't do all of the crimes. So you got Harley who cleaned up, you've got Harley who tampered with the evidence, you got Harley who did all these other things. And then when it comes to the actual active stuff, you've got Letitia who's insane. So that's their two focuses, in my opinion. So, but I really, 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 I don't know if Lena will testify. Do you think? Custody is the same as it was. She lives with Al during the school year, and then she goes with Landon on holidays and summer vacations.
I think it said a lot when they're going, when they were playing all of that on Letitia, and the defense is one has to be focused on her clearly to make sure she doesn't do anything. And the other one, he's sitting back almost, chilling, and he's got his, what he would call the mental health Bible. And he's just in that going, just going. So I'm like, yep, that said it right there. That's going to be their main focus and pushing the confusion. Was it Harley? Was it Letitia? Like Harley's going to be they want Harley to be the reasonable doubt.
Yep. On all the other crimes. Yep. I agree. Hi, you had me at DNA. And hi, Arsene. Aloha.
Oh, wait. Did someone just become a member, I think, too?
What? Did somebody?
I think so.
Oh, Ange. I thought Ange was already a member.
Ange?
Well, welcome. Welcome back, or welcome. Remember Burt Ramsey? They played the video of his interrogation and also Colorado. I'm wondering if Lena's will be like that. Oh, Burke? Yeah. It's possible they may have her recorded. I don't know. And they may stipulate to what she has to say. They may not. The defense doesn't seem like they're super pro Letitia Stauch.
No.
The guy doesn't even say her freaking name right. He calls her Stauch all the time. I'm like, you've been her attorney for a long time now. Like, come on.
They're just like, why? Like, we're here. We feel the brunt of the hate here for us, and we are going to try to make ourselves nice and sweet. He works, the real redheaded face defense attorney. He tries very hard to be nice to whoever is up on stand, clearly. I mean, they all do that, but he gets me sometimes because I feel like he does. He tries to be overly nice because of who he's representing. And I think he gets along really well with the prosecution side, the female, the female on the prosecution side. I seen them cut it up a couple times and share a couple laughs. So that was kind of. And as far as Lena goes,
these guys are appointed, so they're not technically public defenders. They are defense attorneys, but they have to do their time as well.
Time was up for this one.
This is what they got. This is the hand they were dealt. They're just. That because of his opening statement. He's like, if you guys find her guilty, well, I don't know. At least we tried.
He's like, we're just here because we fucking have to be. That was great.
What she wants to do, and that's our job. So they don't seem like they overly care too much to defend her. Hi, Glowbug, and thank you for joining.
Could you imagine, honestly, having to sit there with her for the next, or in your mind, 5 to 6 weeks, knowing, I mean, they've dealt with her now probably more than anybody, has in that last X amount of months prior to this trial. So they know all of they have to look at her, picking at her skin, she's picking bugs out of her head for all we know. Like,
I wanted to make her put her hair in a ponytail, like, so that she can hang it in front of her face.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 2 other cases to talk about. I can talk about Letitia. This is why I typically like to do her at the end, because then I can just talk as long as I want to. And I love you ladies and how you cover the cases. T was one of the very first creators. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Ange. We love our T.
Thank you. Yep, they're just crossing their I's and dotting their T's. I always say it backwards. I don't know why. It's just how my brain does it. They're crossing their I's and dotting their T's. She even typed it out, and I still read it wrong.
Oh, Glowbug, we love you here.
Okay. All right. So let's do Vallow Daybell, because I got a couple things already pulled up for Vallow Daybell. The Vallow Daybells. I think we're on day 4 and day 5 is where we left off.
Yeah.
Day 4. I feel like. Why do I feel like this is like such old news already? Even though it's really not. When Melanie Gibb testified. Okay. So. Hell yeah, you can have a link real quick. What you talking about? 1 second, Jen Lou.
Jen Lou, come on up, you. I could do anything with Jen Lou's name. This is good because I don't know too much about this one. I know, I
think she's got something she wants to say about Letitia Stauch before we go anywhere.
Oh, gotcha.
If I had to guess, I don't know for sure, but that's my guess.
See, I've been double timing cases. Oh, we hear you.
Send it to your messenger, love. Hi, Angie. Which one don't you follow? You don't follow Vallow or Dude, I have all three. Like, it's been, Allie gave me an idea that I probably should have done. She's like, you should like tape yourself following all three cases and then like do it like on fast speed, like, and then, you know what I mean? Like, so people can see like the chaos. And I thought about this the other day. You guys are going to laugh. I got out of bed and I walked out to my office and I sat down and I started I literally was in my pajamas until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon because I couldn't stop. Everything was just going. There was so much happening. I couldn't stop to go take a shower and get dressed.
Literally.
This
It's
is
getting
so
crazy.
bad.
It's to the point that the days I actually have to go into work, I'm kicking and screaming about it. The one day I even called out. This sounds terrible, but I did because I was just like, I was stuck on the trial. And then I'm like, wait a second, if I don't do that, then I'm going to be behind on this. And I said, I don't even want to get on that train yet. And it still happened. There's just not enough hours in the day. There isn't. Even listening to everything, well, except for the West trial on 2 times speed. It's crazy.
Yeah, I can't listen to West on 2 times speed. The last couple of days in West actually got better.
It did.
They got better, and I was glad that I was still listening because some of the family came up. Hi, Melissa.
I was actually very surprised. I'll be.
It is bad, and then I want to watch. I know, and that's why I'm like, hey, and then I want to come in here and I'm going to talk to you guys about all of it. Hi, Crime Curious. Okay, hold on. Here's Jen.
Here she goes.
Beautiful.
Hey, Jen.
Oh, hi. What's going on?
I want to know what you got to say.
Okay.
Tell me all the things.
So how are you finding it up in my head there, Teresa? Is it as cluttered as I think it is?
Your head, no, I see into it.
Thank you. Okay. Because I noticed the same thing that you did. I noticed that the carpet was a different color. And I've been saying from the very beginning that that candle means something, but I just couldn't quite figure out what. And then last night I was telling Allie when we were live, I said, I think that candle was used to cover something up because that's the only thing in her story that's ever changing, even with Eduardo. Why was Eduardo there? Because of the candle. Everything goes back to the candle. And then I was telling Allie, I couldn't tell at first that he said, I'm just worried about my burns. I didn't hear the my part. Okay. So she played it for me again. And I did hear what everybody else is hearing, but that whole video is nothing but one big gaslighting of Gannon. So I'm thinking to myself, she coached that kid. That kid said what she told him, and I shouldn't say it. I mean it not like Gannon is just that kid, but that's how she treated him, you know? She coached that child. She coached him. And he started to go off the script, and that's why she shushed him. She's also out of breath in that video. I noticed it last night. I hadn't heard it before, but she does take a few gasps.
Yeah.
I put that together with her knuckles.
Yes. What's up with the hands, Jen? Yes.
I can only tell you what the only time I've ever seen bruised knuckles is from fights.
Yes. I've seen hands like that before, and you're getting it in at that point. If
fights.
She used those hands on that boy. She went in on him like. Oh,
yes. And then I said to myself, the other element, the other lie, when her brother offered to help her with the suitcase, okay, that she was struggling with, which we now know contained Gannon. What is the lie that she told him? That was in that. Correct. What did Gannon have to the back of his head that they never did find?
I thought this too.
Trauma.
I thought about that too. Did it and plus, with all the softball stuff, and that's another thing that comes up when she's talking about what they did that day, was that she's going to play it against sports to sell her old softball stuff so that she could get Gannon and Lena some new hockey equipment or whatever it was.
Right. And the only reason why I'm ruling out that pillar is because they I mean, for lack of a better word, they all but hosed that place down in Blue Star. And I think they would have.
We have them walking out of the house with the pillar.
But don't you think they
yet though? That's my big issue is that why isn't anybody testified if that was a thing? But they do. We have them leaving the house with the pillar. They take it into evidence.
But I don't I don't think it yielded any results.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So
right.
I went to the softball stuff too. See where you are.
See, that's where I'm at. I think but this is my thing. So I have seen those, the head wounds. Okay. And what we have to keep in mind is the way that the skull is put together. And we naturally have lines in our skulls. They're called the suture lines. And I am thinking, because those pictures, and they should be not clear, but the people who need to see them saw them and they made their analysis. Mm-hmm. I think that the ME is right. I think that I think that it's very, very possible, but that the blunt force trauma to the head and the stab wounds came quickly together. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, so I wouldn't disagree, except for, I'm going to go back to find my picture now. Why is there so much blood on this piece of carpet?
Well, the stab wounds would do that too, babe.
So you think he's stabbed in the family area?
Well, weren't there stab wounds on his head also? The head is very, very vascular.
I know, but they say that the stab wound took place in the bedroom, so that's why I was wondering. I don't know.
Well, I mean, do I think the bulk of them could have? She could have hit him in the face, causing his mouth to bleed, his nose to bleed, your head, a cut above the eye. And the thing is, this is the only part that we're never going to know, like 111 billion%, because bless his heart, he was so decomposed. So there could be trauma that would not result necessarily in something breaking, like where they would be able to see it on an x-ray, right? But there could be trauma that the level of decomp is covering, like a bruise.
Absolutely. But that's why we won't ever know anything about the burns. I totally agree.
Correct. And so I think that after I heard her Starbucks interview, it's Starbucks. Now I'm putting S's where there needs to be no S's and leaving off S's where there should be an S.
Oh, that's Stauch lingo.
I mean, that's how I speak. So the interview at Starbucks, she says something that I had not heard before in any of her other 11 billion stories. And she leaves something out. She says that Gannon had an accident when they were on their hike.
Yeah, bullshit.
And Al had testified that the accidents bothered her. And I honestly think he was being kind when he used the word bothered.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that the accident might have. I think that Gannon was her target for a long time. I don't think this was a one-time affair. I don't think this is a one-time incident. I think it started out verbal with her. Yep. And then I think it escalated, and then it finally escalated into what ended up finally happening.
Well, but she was always testing. She was always testing those limits, and clearly it was happening in front of Al. But she knew there must have been some type of an established line in that household of how far she could go. And then when he's not around, it changes. That's why I love your whole theory on that she has him coached in that video, because this is the part of the video this is why this video was difficult for me, because it's clearly on purpose. Okay. It's clearly on purpose. If she was unaware that the video was on, it wouldn't be so strategically facing the ceiling. Let's be honest. She knew that video was recording. Okay. Yeah.
So that was done.
She recorded it on purpose because her whole point to everything she says is to convince Al what a bad kid Gannon is. Everything is about how bad Gannon is.
Correct. So, but then I couldn't figure out. Clearly, she wants him to say something very specific while she's recording him. So why are you shushing that baby?
Right.
You're shushing him because he said something you don't want him to say.
Exactly.
And what I think I don't actually think that Gannon was burned. I think what he meant to say, or what he was supposed to say, is, I'm just worried about the burns. Because remember, the whole lie is that he, set the damn basement on fire by knocking over a candle, right? She's Googling, does the humidifier get rid of smoke? She's Googling all the things. I think he was supposed to say, I'm just worried about the burns, not my burns. But he was scared and he was traumatized, and that's why she shushed him.
Yep.
And I think what happened in that video, I think that she recognized that was, I hate saying this, please forgive me, but I think she realized that was the best take she was going to get.
That's it, Jen. Nope. I totally agree with you.
I think she'd already given him a dose of hydrocodone.
Yep.
And I think she knew it was going to be this or nothing.
Yep. I even think because they were left alone with her, well, more or less him in this case, that they developed their own relationship, and she manipulates everybody. She manipulated that boy all along, and he knew that. You see that established line when Al's home, he clearly knows that his stepmother's going to cross that line once his father's not around. So just to keep a baby's version of peace, or to not, I can't even get this out, my God, just to not be hurt by her, he probably even went along with this version of manipulated relationship that she held with him. And I think in that moment, maybe he even thought for a second that she would stop like she had done before. You know what I mean?
I think that's exactly what he thought.
Yeah. And she just,
I mean, he's just 11.
Yeah. Like oh my God.
So I want to answer a couple questions because I'm getting behind on chat. So hold on.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. So Tonka Girl was talking about that the piece of carpet in the garage was replaced. This is the Blue Star from the carpet in the garage. So I don't believe that was the piece that was ever replaced, because they talk about taking it in and then they show that as a separate piece, which I think I can bring that one up too. But that is this piece that is lit up on the other screen. So that one never got replaced, because otherwise it wouldn't have that much blood on it, in my opinion. And then Ramblin asked how long he was in the suitcase in the house. Well, so he would have been killed on the 27th, and she puts the suitcase in the Tiguan, and the Tiguan is parked at the Colorado Springs Airport short-term parking as of the 28th in the morning. And then she takes him that night, according to prosecution's theory, she takes him that night and puts the suitcase over by Palmer Lake, the Highway 105 and Perry Park Road. So then she goes back when she has the Nissan Altima. She goes back and picks up that suitcase. So he would have I shouldn't say only, he would have been in the house in the suitcase at maximum the night of the 27th into the morning of the 28th. There was another question. Let me see. Where did it go? And then Glowbug, you can ask any question you want to ask, and hopefully I didn't miss it when you actually asked it. I'm also confused. He walked out of the home, but it is as if she drove the truck to kill him elsewhere, right? Well, in my opinion, I think that she was drugging him because of whatever injuries he had suffered the night before. She knew he needed to die, because she could not have him telling anybody of what she had done to him. So she was drugging him, hoping that he would die from the drugs. And when he didn't, she ran out of time to wait, which is why she brought him back to the house and ended up killing him in his bedroom.
But she also needed him to be on video someplace. She also needed, because then she came up with the Eduardo story. And believe me, I am under no illusion that was a last minute story. I think she would thought of that story from jump. That was going to be her alibi, or that was going to be her scapegoat. Eduardo took Gannon because she needed
I'm sorry.
Correct. That's why she ran her butt to Petco twice for literally zero reason, because she wanted them to be caught on camera somewhere together, and then she could sell this whole Eduardo story. That's what I
Isn't it
think.
odd, her line about the box versus the suitcase and how she was she's completely freaked out. She's just been sexually assaulted. Gannon's just been beaten up and all this stuff. But she's arguing with him about what type of box versus a suitcase of how to take items out of the house. None of that. Just it was like the box and the suitcase deal was already ready to go for her. She just didn't know how that was going to go, like how she was going to transport him.
Right.
That whole argument just made no sense to me as she's giving that interview.
None of it. None of it. And the thing of it is, I suspect that she retrieved Gannon from where she had hidden him when she left the hotel room with her family, where her family was staying, to go get dog food.
Correct.
And that's when she put it in the back of that. That's when she put it in the first cargo van that they rented, that then Aunt Betty said, no, you're not driving that. She thought they were doing a local move. And Aunt Betty said, no, I'm not fixing to pay or, be on the hook for a cross the country move. You get a different one, which is why the brother didn't see it. And why the cops who were law enforcement was at the house when they were packing up Harley and Leticia's belongings, and they were checking everything.
He wasn't in the house still. He had taken him. She took him the night of the 28th.
Correct. That's how she got him past her brother and all of that. That's why he never saw the suitcase. That's why the cops never did all of those things.
I personally think she put him in the closet and then moved the suitcase through the night after the police looked for him into the back of the car. Probably. He was probably in the storage. He was probably in that storage room. I agree, Sleuth Mom. Okay, I got really far behind because I wanted to make sure I answered the questions.
Okay.
But didn't she rent a truck, then picked up the case, so he was in the house with the parents the day before? No, he would have left the morning of the 28th in the Tiguan that she took to the airport, and she rented the Kia Rio to pick up Al in. So he would have been in the airport in the car, sitting there until that night. When she went back, she parks the Kia Rio basically in short-term parking next to the Tiguan, takes the Tiguan, and then goes and drives and puts him over at Palmer Lake, and then drives the Tiguan to Harley's work, where Harley meets her. They leave the Tiguan and they go back home that night, which I didn't know until the trial. They go back home that night, and then the next morning she has Harley take her back to the Tiguan. What they first do is they drop off the keys. And if you remember, the people at the Avis were talking about that the lady just walked up and handed her the keys, and then they had to go drive around and find the Kia Rio that was parked in the short-term parking. So they find it. So she drops off the keys, gets in the white Jetta, drives to the Tiguan, takes the Tiguan to get washed, and drives to the police station.
But she doesn't wash the roof of the car, completely giving away the fact that she had the car washed. Although I think she maybe in her warped mind, she was thinking, if I leave the top dirty, they won't think that I washed the car. I don't know.
I don't think she could reach it, because I think that was part of her issue. She couldn't reach it to rub it, to like wash it down.
Okay.
Where was
How hard does it how tall do you have to be? Those things have like extenders. I think she's just lazy.
Where's your hose gun? I'll get up.
What are you doing? I'm only 5'4". I come in snack size, and I can get the top of a car.
We get to things.
Yeah, because she's texting Al when he's sleeping on the couch, because he already knows there's an issue, because he can't find the Tiguan where she says it was. It's all calculated.
This comment that you highlighted by Crime Curious, remember, she first told Albert about the SA story at 7:19 on 129, which is funny, not a ha-ha funny, but it's interesting because the first thing out of her mouth in the interrogation video is, Al cannot know this, and this is why I wanted to tell you away from Al. And that interview started at noon-ish on
She's trying
129.
to make an excuse of why she wasn't being honest with them the day before. But now
Right.
she's telling them that she's told Al, but she was like, that's why I couldn't tell you, and I had to tell you because I gave Eduardo the code to the door.
See, I thought the way that she said it, and there are some parts of that the audio that aren't that great. I thought she said Al can't know. I don't want Al to know. I didn't want to tell this in front of Al because Al would go after that guy. So I was under the impression that Albert did not know.
Al was going to kill her because everything happened because of her, because she gave the passcode to Eduardo, and he would be pissed that she would have given the passcode to the garage to anybody because now they can come in the house whenever they want.
Right. But I guess I misheard that. I misheard that part. I thought that Al didn't know until those pretext phone calls. That's what I thought. I didn't know that she had texted him at 7 in the morning. No, you could be right. You're probably the one that's right. I've been mishearing a lot of things.
There's just so much.
It's too much.
Too much.
Oh, was this all written in her damn notes? Probably. She had to write down her story. You know, she took her notes with her to the police station and wanted to read straight from her notes.
Right,
And
because
then-
nothing says I'm fixing to be completely honest with you like bringing in a whole ass script. Okay,
And
let's
she
see.
also had notes for Albert, so she likes to take notes. And then here I am taking notes on the trials. So
She had to remember her lies.
Yeah, but you don't take notes on what. If I asked you right now, Teresa, what you were doing, obviously not. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, not 2 hours ago because you were obviously live. Well, what if I ask you what you did an hour before you went live? You would not need to refer to your notes. You know what you did.
I might.
Especially when traumatic things like that happen, you would think she would remember, considering the things that she does remember. Look at the things that she pretends to know and all that versus when she gives you the I don't knows or whatever she gives. It's just,
right. Yeah, my favorite part is I don't really want to go to the hospital with, accompanied by the cops because that's going to cause a big scene and people are going to look at me. I know what I'll do. I'm going to have chest pains, blame it on an anxiety attack, and be escorted in via ambulance, brought in on a stretcher with no less than 2 to 3 paramedics wheeling me in and the cops because I want to keep a low profile. Fuck off, Letitia.
And I actually think that if the EMTs, if it just maybe would have been 1 male, 2 women type of situation, or just 2 women that showed up, she was going to do to them, like that was going to be her next escape route. She was going to go through the ambulance, like actually go with them and do her whole escape bullshit that she did with the detectives before all that happened. Like she was slithering out of cuffs. She managed to click her foot on that back part of the thing. Like, I don't know if this is what she was thinking about, but look when the 2 detectives have to leave the room and they do go to shut the door the first time. She starts getting all her stuff together, but she also looks like she's getting ready to fight. She's got her hair up, she's stretching, she's tucking her shirt, and I'm like, what is she doing? So either you were planning to make that great escape, honey, like right then and there, because you just didn't know what was about to happen. Or, like she was prepping for something.
Doing all of that while asking for something to read.
Yes. What in the world? Like, and I feel like the Hot Pocket totally came back to bite her in the ass. Like that didn't work because that was one of the first questions that the EMT asked her. Did you eat something? Because if you do have panic attacks and things like that, a lot of people, it could even be a sugar thing half the time. That it's not even a panic attack, and they deal with this on an emergency type of thing all the time, especially in this situation. Like, come on. I don't know. It just didn't.
Then I take my lorazepam every day. You're misquoting what I said.
Yeah.
That's not what I said.
That's not what I said.
Like the way you take your meds, girl.
Melanie asked, why didn't the cops know where Gannon was if they put a tracker on the vehicle? So this was actually a very big question that I always had too, was that it didn't make sense to me why it took them so long to find her. Well, now I know because what happened, I thought that she drove the Nissan Altima to Florida and that the moving truck was taken with her brother and her aunt, and they took that back to South Carolina. Well, what we learned in the trial is there's a whole nother rented vehicle. which absolutely makes sense now that thinking back on we were always so confused on why there was so many rental places on the witness list. But there's a lot of
now we know.
now we know. So what happened was the Nissan Altima actually went back to the airport on the 1st, and she rented her own moving van on the 1st, and they transferred everything from Aunt Brenda's moving van.
Brenda, that's it.
Yeah.
Why did I call her Betty?
And then they drove that. So the tracker was actually on the Nissan Altima that was returned to the police station, or that's the police station, the airport rental place. So they didn't have a tracker on it. What ends up happening later, after they do find Gannon, they're able to go back and they track this moving van that she did have, and that's the one that she rented on February 1st, which we always kind of just figured was a typo because we knew they rented one on the 31st, and we didn't know there was two. So I was like, no, she rented that on the 31st because we know she had it the 31st during the interview with Spencer because you can see it. Well, there's the next one she rents. That one doesn't have a tracker, but when they go, after they find Gannon, they track down the moving van she was driving, get all the GPS off of it, and they find out that she was stopped there at 4:15 a.m. in the morning at the bridge. But they didn't know that until after they found Gannon.
Right. And then that's why they had to bring the girl who checked her out, or not physically checked her out, but was in charge of the checkout process, right? To take the stand, because they needed to track her. They needed to tie her for sure to Florida. Her as not just the vehicle she rented, her as a person. That's what they had to do, because it would be very. I mean, it's not all that believable, but you could. She could use the defense. So what? I rented a vehicle. That doesn't put me at that bridge. You know what I mean?
Okay, so let me see. Make sure that we have all this. So we know that she gave the hydrocodone to him because it showed up in his autopsy, which we had speculated before that she had drugged him, but we didn't know with what or how much.
And we still don't.
She had him where the bloody board was, and then because they were searching near that location, put him in the suitcase when she was gone a long time from the hotel. It would be a good question on when she actually put him into the suitcase. In my opinion, which obviously could be totally wrong, I think that he was in the suitcase already, and she put the suitcase in the Tiguan. And that's simply because of the amount of blood that was found in the Tiguan doesn't match what I think would have happened if he had been put in there without that. But I love that the jury is allowed to ask questions.
Me too, and they're asking some good ones.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Very impressed by the jury.
Like the question they asked her brother. I thought that was a fantastic question. They asked him about that suitcase and when the first time he saw it was, and the first time he ever saw that suitcase was during the transfer of items between the vans.
Right. He didn't see it when they were taking stuff out of the house.
And
there were, I don't know. Yeah, I think that he was already in the suitcase. That's my opinion. What I think happened near Palmer Lake. Okay, so on the night of the 28th, she goes back to the airport, parks the Kia Rio, takes the Tiguan that has, in my opinion, the suitcase with Gannon inside of it. She goes to Palmer Lake and takes any evidence or anything that she thought that she couldn't get the blood off of, because she thinks she's covering her tracks. And she puts him in the suitcase, and she puts the suitcase out at Palmer Lake with any evidence that she needed to get rid of. And they find the particle board that had his blood on it, or it happened to get his blood on it because the suitcase had blood on it. I'm not 100% sure if the particle board actually matches anything from the house or not. It could, but I don't know.
Yeah, because they haven't talked about it, other than to say it had his blood on it.
Correct. So she takes him out the night of the 28th. She doesn't go back until on the 31st, when she knows that she's loading up her stuff from the house and she's going to be leaving and going back to South Carolina. she can't leave him because she needs to get him further away, because that they now have her car, they now have her phone. She knows that. So she needs to get him further away from wherever they're going to be able to track the Tiguan and the phone to, in her mind. This is once again my theory. So she tells her brother and her aunt and her mom that she needs to go get dog food because they took the dogs from the house on the 31st. She drives over to get the dog food and drives over back to Palmer Lake. This is the vehicle, the Nissan Altima is what has the tracker on it. So they track her back to Palmer Lake, where she in my opinion, picks up the suitcase that has Gannon in it, puts him into the Nissan Altima, goes back to the hotel, puts him into the moving van, and then the moving van is taken on the first to the second moving van rental, and everything is switched from the one van to the next van, and then her and Harley drive the moving van to Florida. And that's how he ends up in Florida. That's my theory about Palmer Lake, is that's where she put him for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Why was she not arrested on the 30th? Martha's frustrated. She had bloody knuckles and told lie after lie, and they knew it. Then she slipped her tail. We would have found him. Yes. They didn't have enough to arrest her yet, though.
Mm-mm.
So,
Mm-mm.
sadly.
And I think that this is a case where it's so sad to me, but I don't want to crack down too hard on law enforcement because they had to vet that story. Yes. Do I believe as they were sitting in that interrogation room, listening to that cockamamie bullshit, I don't know how the detective didn't roll her eyes all the way to the back of her head so she could see her own brain. I have no idea how she was able to maintain composure, but she did. But they still had to check it out just to make sure.
They have to.
They have to.
You could see every time, when each one of them testify, like even for crime scene, they say every time a new revelation, and they make sure. I love that they do this. They remind that jury every single time. No, not part of our investigation. We were led this way, and because we had to vet that story each time, this is why we had to come back to the house. This is why we had to come back to this area. This is why another photo had to be taken. Like she really tried to lay this confusion deal out. She did it.
I also wonder sometimes if the John Benet Ramsey case has changed the way that law enforcement handles cases like this, because how quickly they zeroed in on Patsy and John, and all the things that happened after that, and all of the bad press, and just that whole case in and of itself. Like almost everything that could go wrong did go wrong in that case. And I often wonder if that is what has caused Colorado to maybe take a wait and see sometimes before they wouldn't have.
I agree with that.
It's true. It's very possible. I mean, they don't want to be bolder, that's for sure. Okay, so a couple questions, and then we'll move on to another case too. So, where was Harley when the fire was happening? One, there's no big fire, and in my opinion, that Harley was still at work that night. So she didn't get home until after 10, I believe, on the 26th. And so if the whole candle thing, now that I think that there's more of a cover up with the different pieces of carpet, that candle thing she could have covered that up come Monday. I don't know. So, but either way, Harley was at work on Sunday and Monday, Sunday night and Monday morning. And then wouldn't the suitcase be saturated with blood and dripping everywhere? I do think that there was some blood dripping off of either some of the things that she had, and her shoes, and probably from the suitcase when she took it out to the garage, because there is the blood trail that leads from his room to the garage. The other thing is that she had him wrapped in a couple of blankets that were found, in the suitcase with him. So that would have prevented some of that, but not all. But I think that definitely had the particle board that was in the back that was found at Palmer Lake could have been what she had down in the back of the Tiguan that she put the suitcase on in case anything came off of it, that it would have been on the piece of particle board, which is why she threw it out. That's, once again, just total theory. I have no idea.
Well, it kind of makes sense, T, because you can use particle board making furniture. And
Yeah.
didn't Al like to do, like, make some, cutting boards? Obviously, you don't use particle board for cutting boards. I mean, I suppose you could, but I don't know why you would. But you know what I mean? And maybe it was like a scrap piece.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it did come from the house. We just don't know yet. Or I don't know if we ever will, honestly.
Yeah. That's why I said some of these questions that I have, I don't know if they'll ever get answered. It's just going to be basically me coming up with the theory that I feel best explains it to myself so that I can let it go or move on from it, because that's the only way I ever can. Otherwise, they just stay there forever. As P said, did they mention the photo T took of Gannon asleep? They did at the very beginning of the trial. Al even says that there's something odd at the bottom of the bed. And then you have your DNA. Yeah, Dr. Dorothy Lewis will be interesting. She's a big deal. Yeah, that's going to be when the doctors get on there, I think that's when you're going to start to see the defense team wake up a little bit. We're going to find that out. So on Crime Curious, she has an attorney that comes on Thursdays with her, and she clipped this part. And he says that the defense is going to ask that. As soon as she's up there, like what kind of deal do you have? And she's going to have to answer. It'll be part of the record. So it was actually something I was waiting for as a good segue to the Vallow case, because I was waiting for them to talk about that when Melanie Gibb was on the stand, because many have suspected that Melanie got some type of immunity because she's, an alleged co-conspirator, and nobody asked her anything about immunity or any type of deal. And I was like, seriously? They didn't cut this woman a deal? Well, she's still up there, but Melanie Gibb's still on the stand, not telling her full truth. So.
You know what I say about that, Teresa? Knowing and proving, two different things.
Exactly. Well, so we will segue to, because we've been on Gannon forever. Like I said, I could talk about Letitia Stauch for a very long time.
Oh, me too.
Because she just is.
Oh, but before I forget, since Crime Curious is in here, and I'm so sorry, Crime Curious, that I missed. I asked a question in your comment section on your community post, and then our live ran late, and I'm sorry I missed your live, but I wanted to know, because this has come up, what verdicts options does the jury have? Can they find Leticia guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity, or do they only have the either not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty?
No, they can do any of them.
She can be acquitted?
Yes.
Even pleading not guilty by reason of insanity?
Correct. They have to prove that she did it, and then they have to prove that she was sane while she did it, which is, I'm telling you guys why they keep Harley out there, is to throw Harley as reasonable doubt on every other charge, because it's not just one charge.
No, it's not.
So they're going to make it, in my opinion, they are going to make Harley the scapegoat for every other charge, and then she's not guilty by reason of insanity. That's what the defense is going for.
Harley's to throw the drawers off. Harley is to put that piece in their mind before they make that check on that box to say that.
I think Harley is going to be introduced as the alternate suspect for the lesser charges. Oh, I don't think I don't think they're going to find her not guilty at all. But I wanted to know if they had that option. I didn't know that.
Yep, they have it.
That's great. That's crazy.
It's crazy. I know. We keep using the word crazy, and when I say crazy, it's not legally insane. Let me just make sure.
There's difference between crazy and insane under the law.
Yes.
Like, I'm crazy. But I'm crazy in the way people can enjoy. I'm not a danger to others. I don't need a self-hugging jacket. And then there is, insanity under the law.
Yep. Angela says, do you think Harley knows that she's the scapegoat? If she doesn't at this point, then
she knows
she's not paying attention to what's happening. I did not think they were going to make Harley a scapegoat. I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. But they absolutely are. The only time the defense asks questions has to do with Harley and insanity, and that is it.
Yep. And Teresa, I didn't think they were going to use Harley as a scapegoat either until that came out of their mouths. And then I was like, wait, what? What did they just did?
What did they just did? Yep. Literally.
I rewound that back.
Well, they've done it a few times. See, my question is, if a person is claiming NGRI, are they even allowed to
Introduce her
testify
4
if they
times.
say they want to? I believe that they can. That would be a good question for Chris.
Yes.
Crime Curious already knows the answer. And it's devastating that she's doing it to her own daughter, but TP only cares about TP. She peed herself a little bit.
That part. Okay, so Teresa, that's another thing I wanted to tell you. Now, and I can't even believe that I'm doing this because don't take this the wrong way, Letitia. You and me ain't never going to be friends, okay? Just because I'm saying this. But now I'm kind of wondering if she stuffed those tissues down her pants because she peed her pants a little bit. And she was trying to.
A little bit. I don't think she even did. No, I think that
She had another stunt.
I think they told her when you go to the bathroom, you can't wipe because it'll get rid of any evidence. And I think her excuse was going to be, well, I peed a little bit and my pants were wet, so I had to put tissues in there to stop it from happening.
Yeah.
Let's see.
See, I don't think that Leticia counted on. I think she thought that if she marched in there and told this story, and then she became a victim of an SA, that then she would be running the show. And what she did not realize is that in any other situation, if she had just walked into that police station and reported that crime, it would have happened very differently. But because she was in there to talk about a different crime, i.e. Gannon missing, right? And then she says, well, I was SA'd, and not only was I SA'd, Gannon was home, and Gannon got in the mix, and then Gannon was gone. Her body then becomes evidence, and it's a whole different ballgame. And I don't think she knew that.
No,
She didn't know that.
I don't think she did either.
She thought that whole essay was going to be her excuse to get her to the next destination, to get her ass out of there.
She's a victim. They're not going to mess with her anymore.
Thing is Letitia thinks she's the smartest person in the room when she's one of the least intelligent people in any room.
She's got a very cocky way about her, and I mean cocky in a bunch of different ways. And it's sad because, well, no, it's not sad. It's actually wonderful because it's working against her, and it should. But she literally moves, things, acts, talks like a teenager. Her whole way is just
immature. And honestly, Letitia, I know you're not going to hear this, but maybe somebody will report this back to you. If you're in a room alone, that's the only time you're going to be the smartest person in the room. And I think you spent a lot of time alone convincing yourself that you were the smartest person in the room at all times. And then when you get around actual smart people, you should just shush.
She goes like, yes, she gets around smart people. She's like, no, I can't. I think that whole thing with Gannon has been in her mind, her heart for the longest time. So for her, that story is easy, in and out. What don't you get about it? It's seamless. This is what it is, because she's wanted this the entire time. So to her, this is, no, I can't make a mistake telling this story.
The one element that I really, really want to know about that's just a side project of mine, and I have no idea how to accomplish this. I really want to know about the relationship between Leticia. I want to know about their dynamic between Leticia and Landon, because the way that she speaks about Landon, it's just venomous. And it almost seems to me like what it would do to Al was collateral damage, but her true target, her true hatred and fixation is on Landon.
Like, because Landon gets to be real mom, gets to be put on the shelf as mom, and gets the title as mom, and mom can do whatever she wants, say whatever she wants, correct them however she wants, without putting in Letitia's mind, doing all the work, because she does.
I think that's part of it, but I think that this goes back to before. I think this goes back to when they were friends before she, snaked out. Yes,
maybe she had a thing for Landon. Like, meaning just like woman to woman had a thing for Landon, in return had a thing for Al. And
I think when she became friends with Landon, I think perhaps she might have seen been envious of the relationship as she viewed it. Not that that's how it actually was between Al and Landon, but the way she perceived their relationship to be. And I think she was jealous of Landon because let's just think, I know we're talking logic, and logic and Leticia do not go together, but just hear me out. If all the things that Leticia accuses Landon of being, right? Like, I don't believe it, but like an addict, right? Why would you need to be told and reassured that you're better than an addict? Like the bar, that's a low bar to try to be above. Do you know what I'm saying? Just by virtue of not doing drugs, you're better. Do you know what I mean? But she constantly needed to be reassured that she was better than Landon. There is something there. I don't know how I'm going to accomplish this, but I've got to figure this one out.
Look, he made Leticia the wife. You know, like you would think of all the things that Al did afterwards that would have been enough for her, and it wasn't. So I totally agree. She
was very threatened by Landon, and I think that it was always that way. I think that for Landon's part, up until she, broke girl code and slept with her husband, right, and then married him, I think Landon actually regarded Leticia as a friend. But I think for Leticia, I don't think she ever regarded Landon as a friend.
I totally agree.
She reminds me of that girl that the movie or the Lifetime movie, A Killer Among Friends.
Yes.
She reminds me of the girl that unalived Jenny and then moved into the house. I mean, that did happen. That's based on a real story. She reminds me of the other girl.
Yeah.
I think she wanted Landon's life. And then she realized she didn't want Landon's life, and then she wanted Landon to take the kids back because she liked her relationship with Al better when they didn't have custody because they were more free. Because Harley was a teenager, and they could do more of what they wanted to do and go where they wanted to go. And now she was a babysitter because, especially when Al lived in Alaska, she was raising the kids instead of them living with Landon or Landon's parents. So. But once again, I've got two other cases we got to talk about.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, that's it. Let's move on. No more Leticia. Let's get on to Melanie She Bangs. Let's do it.
Let's go to Melanie She Bangs.
We're just going on the Mel. Let's go. Come on. This is Teresa's favorite case. I know this is like her.
I find this one endlessly fascinating as well.
I actually want to hear what you have to say on this one, too.
This one is so twisted. It's all over the place. So Thursday, Melanie Gibb takes the stand, and I'm going to make it very clear. So if anybody here is somebody who is a Melanie Gibb supporter, you're probably going to want to come back when we start talking about West, because I do not support Melanie Gibb. I think that she is a giant liar, and I think that she could have absolutely prevented this from happening. And maybe she's weak-minded, maybe she's whatever, I don't know, but she knew that, in my opinion, she knew this was going to happen. And so if you do support Melanie Gibb and you don't want anybody talking bad about her, I'm telling you right now, this is probably not the channel for you right at this moment. Come back when we talk about a different case, because I am not a fan. I do not do well in this mindset of a weak-minded person can easily start to follow anything. I get that, but there's definitely, people are taught the difference between right and wrong. And if you've experienced trauma, you typically know that trauma was wrong and that you're dealing with it because it was traumatic, because it was wrong. So you don't just go, okay, now I've had this trauma in my life, or I'm weak-minded and I'm going to just go ahead and say, it's okay, go ahead and kill everybody around us, because that seems like things will make it better and I'll have less trauma. That doesn't normally go together. And if there was one circumstance, there'd have to be a very strong type of mental illness that fell into this. And I'm not a good cult person, because I don't have that. I don't believe in the weak-minded. I can't stand it. I get that there are things that people can be persuaded to do, but once again, there's a line between right and wrong. And Melanie, Zulema, the other Melanie, Serena, all of those people, I got issues with, because we wouldn't be here if somebody had actually stood up and said this is not right. And even if they had walked away, just walk away. none of them walked away. They all stuck around like this was what they wanted to do. So that's my fair warning. I think I've said it enough that you guys now know that I'm not a Melanie Gibb fan. So she actually knew Chad prior to Chad meeting Lori. She basically introduces the two of them. There was one big thing that when she's testifying, that the defense objects to her answering questions based on hearsay, and Blake actually says that it's not hearsay because she is an alleged co-conspirator. Blake calls her out. Lindsay Blake, the prosecutor, is like, no, she's an alleged co-conspirator, and the judge actually allows all of it because she is an alleged co-conspirator. So now documented on record, that woman is a co-conspirator. So she talks about how Alex is actually the one who really, really believed everything that Lori was trying to sell. She didn't necessarily believe all of it, but she really liked Lori, and Lori was very convincing. You can pop in anytime that you want to, Jen. I know you're going to have things to say, so feel free.
Okay.
Because I'm just going to go through my notes because I feel like it's so weird. I feel like Melanie testified like a year ago. It's like it feels like it's been so long.
Jen say okay, and it's like she's turning her car on. It feels
No, I just wanted to, I had to comment in chat because I wasn't clear about what I said about addicts. I've been very open about my own struggle. I don't feel that way. I think Leticia feels that way about Landon, and I should have been more clear about that. And I didn't intend to offend anybody because I don't think that way. I think Leticia thinks that way, and I should have been more clear.
I knew that because I know you, but yeah.
Yes,
right. I know.
Yeah.
but not everybody knows that story or that part of me, and so I should have been much more clear. And I apologize for that. I didn't mean to offend anybody
No,
because I don't feel that way.
Jen, if anything, provides more clarity than a little bit, especially on these type of things, and she will give you a new way to think about something. So no,
I love Sleep's comment. I mean, in this case, all the Melanies in this case, but not to the innocent Melanies. All the innocent Melanies are totally fine. You could be a Melanie and we still like you.
There are some Melanies that are good, but we know for sure these two is not.
These two is
our Melanie.
They're definitely off. Okay, so let me think. They are introduced to each other in the end of 2018 in October at a Preparing of the People event that took place in, I believe it was St. George. There's a November conference that Lori actually has near her home, and Charles is out traveling. Because remember, so Charles doesn't die until July of 2019. So in November of 2018, Chad actually spends the night at Lori's house while Charles is out of town. Lori tells Melanie Gibb that her and Chad went to the temple, and in the waiting room they were sealed. And I'm not a huge, I have my religion. I definitely, I know Jen Liu and Alex are actually doing a live tonight talking about all the things you're not supposed to talk about, like including religion and politics. But I'm going to tell you right now, I believe in God. I'm a Christian, but I do not follow or dive in, or I'm going to say I don't care, but I don't, whatever somebody's belief is their belief. I respect everybody for what they believe in, until you get to like this kind of just fringe religion. I think it's odd to me. So that they were sealed at the temple, and that they realized that they, had been married in a past life multiple times. She was James and he was James and she was, I think it was Elena. Wasn't it Elena? Am I right or wrong on that one? I don't remember her name now. But that they were given a special mission to take care of the part of to be in charge of the 144,000. Yeah, you had to be married. Yeah, you had to be married. It's just nuts. So they were going to be 144,000. They were the leaders of it, and this was going to be taking place. The fight was going to be taking place in Rexburg. So that's why Chad actually moved to Rexburg quite a few years before. I think in 2015, 2016 was because that's where he believed that the fight was going to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he had her move there too, and Alex. And then he was asking Zulema to move there and Melanie Gibb to move there because they played major roles in what was going to be happening.
Oh no, Melanie didn't believe any of this, y'all. She was just questioning this. I mean, just going along, participating in castings, being in the inner circle, but the whole time she was questioning all the things. Shut up, Melanie. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Shut up.
So there's a whole lot of talk about this light and dark scale, and that Lori was basically teaching this scale of light and dark to Melanie and the other women. It changed and evolved over time into how you were light and how you were dark and what would happen to your body as it was light and dark. And you could go from one to the other. So somebody who was light could become dark. I think we talked about this last week too, is that JJ originally was a light spirit and then he became dark over time. You could go from dark back to light if they could cast out these evil zombie, demons that were taking over your body. But at times, if they could cast them out, a more powerful and evil demon could take over your body, which is what ends up happening with Charles, according to them. Is Charles was Garrett, who was just, an evil demon, and they worked and worked and worked to cast this evil demon out of Charles, and it worked, but immediately he was taken over by Ned, who was a more powerful demon, and that was going to be harder for them to get rid of. This is why I say it evolved over time, because as time starts to go on, what happens is that they start to realize that you can't get rid of them by casting. You're going to have to do more than just this casting, because they now get rid of Ned, and he's taken over by the evil spirit Heaplos, I think is what I think I'm saying it correctly.
That sounds like the whole entire plot to season 2 of Supernatural, if I'm being honest.
It really does. It really, it's so beyond, it's hard to even understand it. And I feel bad because I have friends that are LDS. This is not this. They take what's on. They take what's from the LDS church, and then they experiment with it and make it their own thing. So I don't want anybody to say, and I know that the LDS church has its own set of whatever, and that's why I said you want to listen to all the fun stuff about religion, go to Alex Erickson's Real Talk with Alex tonight, and they're going to be doing it. I don't want to get into all that here, but this is an extremist version of LDS. And like I said, I know LDS already has its own set of issues, but this isn't even that anymore. Once again, it evolves. So I think for me, the biggest thing that happens is, or I question is, how this Melanie Gibb did not meet Lori until the end of 2018. You have to remember that the kids were killed in the summer of 2019. Or no, the kids aren't killed. Yeah, they're kind of the summer, August or September. I think that's still summer of 2019. Charles is killed in the summer of 2019. So these people were only friends for, max 10 months at the time that this stuff starts actually becoming a very big deal. You know what I'm saying?
When they really start, first they're talking about it and then they're doing it. And there is a very short time span between the talking and the doing. Very short. I love you, Teresa, but if you started asking me within 10 months of meeting you that we needed to be unaliving people, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to close the friendship door. That's too soon.
If I said right now, we all need to meet at your house. So all of us, we're going to, we're part of the 144,000. So we're going to meet at your house. We're going to go in a circle, and you have the power of fire. And I'm a powerful goddess. And Michelle is the leader of the 144,000. We're going to stand in this circle, and we're going to use scripture and all the things and all these energy, words to describe how we're going to cast somebody out. I'm telling you right now, if you invited me to this circle, we're not friends anymore anyway. We're not even going to get to the part where anybody dies.
No. Right about that point, I'm going to be like, wait a minute. We're going to do what now?
Right.
I know my lane and my limits, and I know when to take off, and that would be my
I can assure you I ain't got no power over fire, because believe me, if I did, we'd having a whole different conversation.
Letitia would be up in flames right now.
I get that there are people who are born followers. I get that there are people who experience trauma who end up becoming these followers of these situations. I think for me that it constantly will come down to the line of right and wrong. And I know cults are real. I mean, we've looked at them. We talk about them. We've seen the repercussions of what it is. This is a miniature cult compared to, other things. And it really seems that this cult focus is just around Lori and Chad anyway. Nobody else
Pretty
has,
much.
No,
they're very selfish. They're real selfish in that regard.
Everything has to do with, well, these people in our lives are dark, and so we need to get rid of them. The only outskirt that kind of touches is Brandon Boudreaux, which only because they need his money. They want the life insurance because she gets $100,000 in the divorce, but they want more money because this is how they live now. They're living off of these inheritances and these Social Security payments of the people who have died. So it's very fringe. I think that's really where I was going with that. And like I've told you guys before, if you don't know a lot about this case, I do have one, kind of overall live on it. If you want to go back and watch that, if you're looking for the deep insight on where did this all come from and the timelines, I highly suggest the channel Difficult Research, the channel A Murderous Mind, and there's some really good interviews with people with key players that are on the outskirts of the circle on hidden true crime. And if you're looking for more of a psychological, what is this? Hidden True Crime offers that, and then Jewels of Thought, who's now allegedly innocent.
Amber's been doing really good at doing some coverage on that. I caught up on a couple lives of Amber's, I believe, for ATS News. I don't know if some of you guys.
She does a lot of the recaps on the trial too. So yeah, I think she's doing those. She's the Butt Crack of Dawn live, my time. So ATS News.
I'm going to drop all their links now, Tay.
I watched the interviews. There's 3 parts of them. It's a 3-part interview, but I watched parts 1 and 2 on Hidden True Crime. Their interviews with their interview with Heather Daybell, and she makes you think. She has obviously she is Chad Daybell's sister-in-law. She married one of Chad's brothers, and she is good about giving the family dynamic. She has some really good insight on a lot of things. I would encourage these are very difficult concepts to grasp. And once you know the personalities of the people, it's not that the concept is going to make more sense, but you can understand how it got this way, how it went on for so long on Chad's part.
It was a very good interview with Heather. I do agree. They did a really good job. So hold on, let me think. Let me go back up because somebody said, fringe is an understatement. You're right. A Murderous Heart. Did I not say A Murderous Heart, Kyrie? Did I say something else? A Murderous Heart with Annie Cushing. Yes. So Difficult Research, A Murderous Heart, Hidden True Crime, Allegedly Innocent, ATS News. Those are kind of that would be the focus of where I would go for anything Vallow. The first 2 of the Heather Daybell. So there's an interview with Heather Daybell, and Heather actually ends up coming up in the trial too, because she's mentioned in the text messages about how evil and how dark his sister-in-law is, Chad's sister-in-law. Heather Daybell is married to Chad's brother, so that's kind of where that comes in. It's 2 of 3 parts. The first 2 actually have to do with the case. The third part is more about her and where she kind of ended up in life because of everything that happened over the last 5 years or so, with her religion and how she feels about it. But it's still a good life. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so we're talking about the light and dark, and so Lori's teaching the light and dark scale to the other women that are involved in this circle, in these castings. You can switch back and forth. Brandon is not part of this circle. So Melanie Pulowski now, which was Melanie Boudreaux, so I call her Mel B. There's Mel G and Mel B. So there's Melanie Gibb, who's actually Melanie
Fib. Oh,
She's Melanie Warwick now because she's married, but she's Melanie G. And then there's Mel G and Mel B. Mel B is Melanie Boudreau. It's Lori's niece, and she was married to Brandon Boudreau, who testified the first day of trial. So Lori had a quote unquote dream that Charles and JJ were going to die in a car accident in January, and when Charles didn't die in the car accident, like they have to explain why these visions that they have, why they're not real, why they don't come true, right? So Lori tells the girls that they didn't end up dying in this car accident because Satan interfered with the plan. Is that podcast still up? Which one, honey?
it is. Field of Fire.
Okay.
And you know how I know? Because I searched it today and I used their artwork in my thumbnail.
Oh, there you go.
It's still up. Melanie, you should probably either don't take it down, but at least adjust the graphic a little bit. You cut your name off. It's terribly placed. Just a little pro tip for you. That's the only help you're going to be getting from me. Also, Melanie, stop wearing that ridiculous hat to court. You looked ridiculous. You couldn't wear it in the inside, and you already have trouble with them bangs that be flying away and telling on you. So a hat is not going to help that situation, ma'am.
I got to pull that one up. And it's the same skirt that she wore to the preliminary hearing, ironically.
She looks like, okay. She looks like Cindy Walsh in the very early episodes of 90210 when Cindy Walsh is gardening. She's totally wearing the same hat and the flannel and the skirt. That's who she looks like. Melanie, you look like Brandon's mom. That's who you look like, ma'am. It's not a good look. It's 2023. You need to update your look, sis.
When you said fly way back.
Not a fan of Melanie, in case that wasn't clear.
I swear I grabbed that photo. Where is it?
Michelle can't handle it. She done muted herself.
I looked up, I seen Angelina's comment, and I'm looking at all the emojis. I'm like, I can't even help myself. Jen does this every time she comes up. I literally cannot help myself. Oh my God. Ooh. And we were just talking about 90210 last week.
That's who she looks like. I can't help it.
I'm glad I had that somewhat clean image of Mrs. Walsh in my head still.
This is the only time when my total recall of TV shows and movies comes in handy.
I love it. I love it.
I
got to go one for everybody. So good.
Oh, there it is. Okay, well, I'm going to grab it. There. This is her walking into court.
What's up, Cindy?
So crazy. Okay, so they don't die in this car accident, so she has to tell him that Satan interfered. This is as he's progressing from Garrett to Ned to Heaplos, or maybe it's Ned to Garrett to Heaplos. I don't remember which one, but he ends up being Heaplos, and the Heaplos has to die because now the only way you can get out that major evil spirit is to actually get rid of them.
There's a Derek in the mix too, Teresa. That I learned that today.
I don't know about a Derek.
That's what Melanie said.
Melanie said Derek or Garrett?
Yep, both.
I don't know about a Derek. I'd never even heard about a Derek. Oh, thank you, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan.
That's when one would be cast out, the other one would come in.
Jordan, you just missed it, babe.
After Charles was killed, Brandon became the next one that the focus of having to save. Brandon became very dark.
Brandon was more than just. What is his name? Why can't I think? Why am I calling him Brandon? Because now I got Cindy Walsh on my brain.
Brandon Boudreau?
It is Brandon Boudreau. So not only was he dark, y'all, he was part of Hitler's army back in his first lifetime. In a different life, I shouldn't say first, a different lifetime. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was part of Hitler's regime in a past life.
Like,
So
does
he's
this
he's
stuff
always
just,
been dark.
but does this stuff just like come to them? Like, or like, how do they determine like that? Like right? Am I fucking nuts?
No, I don't know how they make this shit up.
So I'm telling you, this is the whole plot to Supernatural season 2. Because in the first season, they're chasing the fire demon, right? But in the second season, it's all about the demons that come into people's bodies, but then they find out that angels can too. Remember? And there's that, and that's when Castiel is mean, and then he becomes nice. Yeah,
I would love to know if she actually watched this.
I kind of wonder.
Watched it. Well, we know that Ned is actually the name of Charles's best friend when they were younger, who I think died in a car accident. And so he's named Ned because of that. But I think that one actually changed too, because I think that they used to call him, oh shit, what was the name? Because they went from Ned to something else, and they could never say his name right. But I have to look that up unless somebody in chat remembers what it was, because it was like Ned. It was like Ed and Ned, but it wasn't Ed. That's not the right one. She did not testify in the hat. This is what she's doing to sneak into the courtroom, which is funny though, because as she sneaks into the courtroom, every reporter types out Melanie Gibb is here.
Right. She's trying to be inconspicuous, so she puts on a gardening hat and a flannel.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And is walking next to clearly an officer of some type, because I can see his badge. But super, super inconspicuous. I mean, Melanie, why didn't you just show up with your hairs did and wearing some red bottoms? That would have been better, ma'am.
I just think it's funny that she's literally wearing the same skirt that she went to the prelim in.
That is her testifying skirt.
It is. It's her
Teresa.
She's like, oh, gotta testify, get the skirt.
I do all my testifying in this skirt.
Yeah,
she saves the leopard print top and the capris for interrogation videos. That's what those are her interrogation ensembles.
Oh yeah, Roberta Laundrie. She does kind of give that vibe. I agree. Hi, that girl, James. Okay, so as I was telling you guys, how quickly these demons take over and how fast these people need to be killed to get rid of these demons starts to speed up. So, Charles had been dark from October, November, and then he dies in July of 2019. So he gets a long time where he's allowed to quote unquote be dark. Tylee turns dark in April of May of 2019, but according to Chad, he thinks that she was actually already dark back when she was like 13. So
yeah, coincidentally, Charles starts to become increasingly dark right around the time that he starts emailing Chad's wife, Tammy, Chad too. Right around that time, that's when his dark level really increases, and something's got to be done.
Okay, so JJ becomes dark in around September because JJ was actually light, and I think I have his rating. I have the ratings written down too somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Because he was like so here it is. JJ was, nope, that's not the right page. Oh, here it is. JJ was a 4.2 light spirit. Charles was a light spirit who became dark. And then he was like a 3.2 dark, I believe is what he was. Tylee was a 4.1 dark. Brandon was a 3.3 dark. Alex was actually a 2.0 light. Let me see who else there was. So JJ
yes, that's
was
right, folks. You heard correctly. The hitman of the family was the lightest of them all. Mm-hmm.
He was pretty light. No, he wasn't the lightest because Rory was light.
Well, yeah, but I mean, aside
Rory
from the goddess, my bad.
Yeah,
aside from the goddess.
Rory was a 4.3 and Zulema was actually a 4.2.
Oh boy.
So she was right up there with Lori. So okay.
I bet that chapped Lori's hide. I bet she didn't like that.
Well, they needed her because that was the thing is Zulema allowed a lot of things to happen in her home. And so they needed her to be special, and she needed to feel special, which is how they ended up letting her do the things that they did.
Correct.
What was Lori? Lori was a 4.3. She's a 4.3 light. Okay. Hold on one second. My husband won't.
The hub's cold.
Yeah. So, what a mess.
So it is a mess. Okay. So let me see. Let me see this. Let me see where I was at in my notes. So Charles didn't go to any of the castings. Brandon didn't go to any of the castings. Lori was at every casting that Melanie was at, and Chad was only at one casting after Charles was dead. And Lori, okay, this was another thing I thought was we knew that there was a bunch of phones. So Lori had 2 or 3 cell phones. One of the cell phones she had was only for Chad. So Chad got he had his own numbers that he could contact her. Melanie says that Lori and Chad had been intimate, but it was okay, even though they were both married. It was okay because they had been married in a past life. So since they were already married in a past life, they could go ahead and be intimate.
Correct. The 7th commandment does not apply if you've been married in other lives. It's just null and void. Just dismiss that completely.
That's what Jen null and voided. That's it.
Yeah, 4 no, I think 6 was the highest on the scales, but that's like God. And what is his name? Moroni. Yeah, that's like top level. Did we ever see what light and dark levels Chad's children were at? No, they don't think they were ever rated. I don't think his children got rated. If they did, I haven't ever seen that.
I can't remember now.
Dilemma married Alex because she needed to be married to be part of the 144,000. And Chad had given her the blessing that her and Alex had been together before. Dilemma was told that she was Lori's daughter in a past life, and that she had been dismembered,
assaulted and unalived
after being sexually assaulted and tortured as a child at like the age of 14, ironically.
Isn't that?
Yeah, and this is, remember, and that's right around the age that Chad says that Tylee became very dark. So she was supposedly Lori's daughter in the past life. So she could marry Alex, then they could be part of the 144,000. Alex did not have a lot of money, but they told Zulema that it didn't matter about the money, because Lori was getting, I'm going to probably say the numbers wrong. Lori was getting like $4,000 a month in Social Security for having JJ. She was also getting Tylee's money from Social Security for her dad passing away. And she was getting, after Charles died, she was getting Social Security on Charles's death for JJ. So she was living off of all of that. And then when Melanie divorced Brandon, part of the divorce settlement was that Melanie got $100,000. So they were living off of that as well. So because Melanie moves to Rexburg and lives in the apartment right next door to Lori. So she's another one that's you got to keep her close. Melanie Gibb, Melanie Boudreau, Melanie Gibb, Melanie Boudreau, and Zulema and Alex are the main core circle here. And then you have some outliers with Serena, Christine. What was the other one's name? I don't remember all their names now.
I can't either. I can't. But to answer the question in chat, no, JJ was not Lori's biological son. He is the grandson of Charles Vallow's sister, Kay. And Lori and Charles adopted JJ.
Correct. Yeah, it's Charles's great nephew.
Yes.
And Tyler's dad's not alive. No, Joe Ryan.
No.
Joe Ryan passed away a couple years before all of this, and there was a lot of speculation on what her aunt Alex actually had gotten arrested for attacking Joe.
Yes, spent time in the jail.
Colby, yeah, and then So Alex was a stand-up comedian, and he actually, in his routine, he talks about his arrest after beating up his brother-in-law. Colby has said that Joe was sexually assaulting him, and that's why Alex went after him. So there's just twists and turns everywhere. Leslie, you probably are 144,001. You just missed the cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex makes a joke about it. So
It's like a Noah's Ark kind of thing too. So you have to be, not only do you have to be you have to be evaluated for the light and the dark scale, right? But you have to be a couple. Only pairs
right.
can be in the 144,000. And
So-
if you're already married and the person you're with doesn't make the cut, don't worry, because Lori and Chad are also matchmakers, and they will pair you up with a person so that you can be part of the 144,000. They're a one-stop shop for all of your needs.
Yes,
Mhm.
as long as you can be in the light circle, you're good. And
Correct.
if you have some type of energy power, maybe you're like your water. You can't be fire because fire's already taken by Melanie. So they don't need two. They don't need two fires. Okay. So anyway, in August is when Lori takes the kids and moves to Rexburg. And in September, Zulema, we'll talk about in September, Zulema actually goes up for a visit. And this is when things start to happen with Alex. But we'll talk about that more during Zulema's testimony. So Melanie actually goes up and stays, Melanie and her boyfriend at the time, David, who's now her husband. Yeah, I have energy powers. Where do I sign up? Well, you got to pick one that's not already taken.
Hey, Teresa and Michelle, I got to get down, but thank you girls so much for having me up.
Love you.
I love you too. You're
I'm talking on
welcome.
you. Thank you, Jen. We love you up here.
Love you too.
You
I'll
bet.
see y'all later. You know I'll see y'all
later.
around. All right.
All
Bye.
right,
Love you.
thank you.
Bye.
Love you.
Okay, yeah, crap. Sleuth Bomb, you can't do it. You're fired. You're done. Yep.
No, we
we'll
already
have
took
to
up
form a new
boyfriend,
one. We'll have to form a new circle where you can be fired. Gosh. So David and Melanie G go up and stay at the townhouse, and this is most people who follow the story know this is actually the last time that JJ's ever actually seen. She's there the night of September 22nd when that picture of him in red is taken, and she has some interesting things that she talks about when it comes to this. So she says she stayed in Tylee's room, but Tylee's closet was empty. And when she asked, like, where's Tylee, Lori said she was at BYU. And so we know that she wasn't there, but that's neither here nor there. So then David, because David and her are not married, they can't stay in the same room, and they weren't married in all these past lives, so it's not okay that they actually are together. So David stays in JJ's room, and supposedly at this point David has like a terrible nightmare. So Melanie goes into JJ's room where she ends up spending more time like in that room, and they want to get a hold of Chad and Lori so that he can get a blessing so that he could go back to sleep. So they need a blessing from them, and they can't get a hold of them. They're knocking on the door is locked, so on and so forth, and that becomes like a big deal. Let me see. Yeah, the door was locked, no answer. And then this is Lori's telling Melanie that JJ's gotten really bad, that he's like, he's climbing on things, and he's becoming darker, and she says that he told her that he loved Satan. Yeah, he said, I love Satan. Like Melanie, could you imagine? JJ just said, I love Satan. So he was changing and he was becoming darker. And so JJ was acting up. And so Chad took him upstairs. And when Chad came back down, he had his neck was red. And so Melanie says she asked him what happened, and Chad said that JJ scratched him. I've kind of always thought that Alex was always the one who did everything to the kids, but now I'm really concerned with this story and what this actually means for who actually took place, or who actually was the one who did something to JJ, because that, like, he's not going to just scratch him on the neck. Like, is that a defensive thing? I don't know. Yeah, he knocked over a picture of Jesus. So she said that Chad and Lori were actually, they had no problem being affectionate before Tammy even died. She watched Alex carry JJ out of the apartment on 9/22. David is Melanie Gibbs' now husband. He was the boyfriend at the time. Lori did not believe that God would allow a divorce. So the only way which is ironic because Charles is like her fifth, sixth husband. Alex is, did I say Alex? Chad is her fifth or sixth husband, and Alex is Zulema's sixth husband. So, but they didn't allow divorce, so that's why everybody basically had to go. So then there's the big thing, and I think a lot of people, once again, that have followed the case, and I don't have this recording up, but it's all over the internet now, when the whole thing starts happening where they're going in to try to find the kids, the welfare check, it's really to find JJ, because they don't even know Tylee's actually missing at this point. When they're trying to find JJ, Lori tells them that JJ is with Melanie Gibb. And so they go through this whole thing when Melanie first lies to the cops and basically says that he was with me, but he's no longer with me. And then she calls back and she's like, I have to tell you the truth. Like, he was never with me. And she records the call between her, Melanie, or her, Lori, and Chad. So the three of them on the phone, and the call gets recorded. So they play the recording in court. But it's been all over the internet for a long time. You look at East Idaho News or Justin Lum's, you could find those. Probably Hidden True Crime has it. So on December 8th, she records this call. You can tell in the call that they don't believe her. They know something's off. They're like, and there's a whole lot of like secret words and stuff that are being used that like only the other ones would understand. It's very eerie and very odd. She said Alex was the one who mostly believed in all of the zombies and all of the teachings. But there was also a trust scale. So the trust scale had to do with percentages. So somebody could be like a 97 or a 98. So you have another rating system on how you could believe people, and that was based on the vibrations of a person, like the energy of the person. And Lori, she was so high on these scales that she didn't always have to eat. She didn't always have to consume food because she was so high on the scale that her body would feed itself, and that sometimes she would actually get younger because she was so high on these scales.
And not eating. Here we go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so then on cross-exam, they talk about some of the stuff that she sent to the police department. There's not a ton on here, but he does ask her a good question that really rung to me. He asked her, "Did you pray for JJ and Tylee?" And she said no, she did not pray for them. And I was like,
Wow.
Like, so she knew that these kids were dark. She knew that Tylee was dark since April, and I've heard that, Teresa. I've not actually watched that myself, so but I have been told that a few times. That Pretty Lies and Alibis has a great crash course series.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it, so that's why I don't typically say it, but I have heard that from other people.
Yeah.
And then on cross, they ask her a lot of questions about like the finances, and then that she had a conversation with Alex and asked him, like, what happened with JJ, and he told her, "You don't want to know, and nobody will ever find him."
Oh.
So they got rid of his dog, Angela, because the demons could enter the dog easier than they could a person. So then the dog was like an open portal for evil, and so they had to get rid of the dog. Hi, Annie. This is Melanie Gibb. Melanie Gibb in the photo. They talk about, so on redirect, he talks to her about, that Tylee didn't like her. Tylee didn't like Melanie Gibb. And she said that Melanie said that Tylee was disrespectful, that she witnessed her being disrespectful to Lori and so on. But what we do know from beforehand is that Tylee had expressed her uncomfort or her lack of comfort with the fact that her mom kept bringing around all these strange people. And she would say like her mom liked to fix people. And so she would bring around all these broken people that made Tylee uncomfortable. So I don't know if it was typical teenage disrespect or it was the fact that there was constantly these strangers who were spending the night in her house and she was super uncomfortable with it. Melanie does say that Lori would deem somebody a zombie if they were against her. And being a zombie is not like you think. And here's actually what I wrote, because zombie was a specific term for the demon that was taking over a body. It wasn't like brain eaters from like movies. That was not that kind of zombie. It had a different meaning behind it. Okay, so I think that pretty much sums up. Melanie was a part of the 144,000. She believed somewhat in the light and dark system. Castings were typically Lori, who wanted to do them, who would read scripture and use her energy work. They were only close for a year, October of 2018 to October of 2019. 1 year. No, this 1 year just happens to be that this is when everything happens.
Right.
Okay, so Melanie's done, and then one of the detectives takes the stand. This detective is from Arizona. This is kind of bombshell-ish because Charles's death is not on the table right now. There's separate charges happening in Arizona for Charles's death, but they bring in a bunch of people from Arizona to testify, and they do a really good job of it because they lay the foundation of like, this is why you're here, and then like, you know, so they talk about Charles's death and they talk about who was involved in Charles's death, but they are using it to lay the foundation of why they have this information from the phones and so on and so forth. But while laying the foundation, the jury does now hear, hey, Charles was killed. Charles was shot twice. Charles's second shot was when he was laying on the ground. He was already down. And they start to kind of unravel the whole Charles thing, even though Charles's death isn't on the table in Idaho. That's true, but I think that the only problem with that is if they had all kind of come together and said the same thing. The problem Charles had was Charles was the first. I don't even know if he was actually the first because we can go back even further, but I'm saying Charles was the first in this weird cult, dark spirit stuff. And so the cops kind of looked at him like, what the hell are you talking about? You're the only one talking about this, so you're the crazy one. Because Lori would go in and be like, I don't know, I'm just, I go to the temple and everything's fine. It's not a big deal. She didn't talk about all of her fringe stuff.
Yep.
So they talk about Charles and they talk about all the stuff that so basically he gets in the stuff about Charles because of the stuff that he finds on Charles's phone. And the defense attorney is objecting. He wants no evidence from Arizona brought in. So he ends up not cross-examining this detective because he thinks that this should all be stricken from the record. He continues to object throughout the entire thing.
He wants none of this.
Right. So we know some of this stuff we already knew, but that's why I said it's kind of bombshellish because of the fact that it's being brought into this trial, not in, when I didn't expect to hear any of this here.
Right.
We know that Chad Daybell had called the crematory, the mortuary where Charles's body was, and he was looking for quotes on how much it would cost to cremate his uncle. And he calls himself, he says he's Chad DeBall from like Iowa, and that his uncle had passed away and they needed to have him cremated. So he was looking for the cost of how much it would cost to cremate him. Let me see. Oh, here's the big one. So this detective Duncan was investigating. At this point he knew all the things that had happened with that Tyler and JJ were kind of had not been seen. Charles had been killed. Brandon had been shot at, and now Tammy has passed away because remember Brandon calls DeBall. He calls himself Chad DeBall. And so he at this point he knows all of those things. And then, so he finds this recording on the phone, and I'm going to play it for you guys because I think it's super interesting, and it is a little longer. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I think it's important to hear it because where is it though? Here it is. This is from the channel Allegedly Innocent. She downloaded this piece. So on 11/24, and this is important for timeline purposes. So on 11/24, he's giving it's called a patriarchal blessing, and he's giving it to Alex. And this is before Alex is going to be married to Zulema. And what I guess apparently this is something that happens in the LDS church, but Chad does not have the authority to offer this blessing. He pronounced it normally though. Oh, you think he did? So I want you guys to hear this.
Righteousness.
Hold on.
That is given.
So this is to Alex from Chad, and Lori is also on the phone. But it's not even what he's saying. It's just, you gotta listen to how this dude talks and to think this is the other half of the equation between Lori and Chad. And, everybody's always like, well, which one was it? And it is like these two people came together, and I do believe created like this weird perfect storm.
Oh,
and this just shows like his role in it.
Yeah.
Come on, my mouse doesn't want to work.
Been by a stake patriarch of that church. As part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn.
Listen to how he talks.
You have earned the privilege to be a member of. I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing. I am grateful that you're receiving it as you move forward in your life. You are a member of the House of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up the portals of time and going back to your previous creations on which you lived. I see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior.
Did I say on the phone?
Fighting
this one I don't think is on the phone.
for truth and righteousness.
It's written too. It's written
always
and recorded.
To do what is right. And you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there, and as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always. With a humble heart, you both always were so humble. So as this fifth creation began, after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, resurrected being, you accepted the Savior's invitation one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as God, to to help us. You already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. You will continue to do so as you move forward in this life. You were born into a family that needed you desperately, with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that home. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord.
Okay, like I said, I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'll link it. I'll link it so you guys can go watch it on Allegedly. If you haven't heard the whole thing, you can't listen to this on 2x speed to understand the creepiness of it. The only reason I wanted you guys to hear it is because this is now Chad. So you see his role in all of this. It's beyond weird.
Oh, yes. Yes. You now get to see, especially because we're just on to Lori right now. And, you know, for anybody who doesn't know the other side to this, you get to now really see the other side, hear it. And it's a collision of two, in my opinion, evilly spirited humans that came together, and they just pushed each other's agendas and came up with all these cockamamie things and found something that, you know, they thought the world, I guess, would give them some leeway, because, I mean, let's be honest, a good portion of the world does not understand any of this, as most of us are doing here right now. Like, wait, what? They knew that. But I think they also think that they can, like most do who do this shit, they could sweep it all under that too. And for some odd reason in their crazy brains think that they could get away with all this. And it all falls under this cult mess. Or I don't even know what to call this. I can't call it a religion. I don't know what this is called. I just don't.
I agree. I'm not playing any more of it. That's why I said, if you guys want to listen to it, she clipped it out. It's on Allegedly Innocent's channel. I'll put the link of this video in the description if you want to. I don't even want to listen to any more of it. It's so bizarre, and that's why I said forever I was like, okay, so which one is it? Is it Lori or is it Chad? Like, which one really gave the other one? Learning so much more about both of their backstories. They both did it. Like, they came together, and this was a plan I think they were both 100% totally bought into.
Yep.
This is what they are. I'm not playing it anymore. So yeah, you can tell them in chat. Like, I'm not playing it anymore. I think it's no big deal. He spoke like that for dramatic effect. My point is that he spoke like that for dramatic effect. We know that. We know that's not like but he believes this, and these people who follow him believe this.
Yes.
That's the creepy part. This is like, Do I end up thinking he'll be taken? No, I think he's going to totally throw her under the bus.
Yes.
I think he's going to totally pretend like he had nothing to do with anything and that she totally set him up. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yep.
That's my personal opinion. As soon as the trials got split, I'm like, that's not good. But we'll see, because you know what? If they truly believe all this, that they were married in all these past lives, and this is in their own heads as well.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense though, because they were in. Well, they could convince themselves of anything, but the whole 144,000. Everybody needs to be in Rexburg, and they went off and went to Hawaii, and that's where they were at when they were, people were looking for the kids. So, I don't know, but like they could have convinced themselves that maybe they needed to be in Hawaii until it was time.
Oh,
I don't know. Who knows what they did?
That's a convenient feeling, huh?
Right. So part of what he's testifying to is all these things that he found under these accounts that ultimately end up belonging to Lori, which is the Lolly Time account and the Lori for Style account. There's now another account that comes up. It's called KK Walker 75. She uses this account to pretend like she's Charles, and she writes letters to Chad as Charles, so that when Tammy sees the letters, they're just from some guy named Charles. Well, then Charles realizes that he didn't send this, so this is causing a lot of fighting between the two of them, and he's like, I'm going to send this to Tammy. So he ends up sending it to Tammy at her work email, and then he sends her another like follow-up email like, hey, I think our spouses are having an affair. I have proof of this, and here's my phone number. They testified that there was no proof that she ever even saw any of these messages.
Wow.
So, and then he ends up telling Lori that he's going to just go to Idaho, and he's gonna confront Tammy and tell her himself. And she's like, she won't talk to you because she's my friend. She's my friend.
She's my friend.
So Charles ends up writing directly to Chad and saying like, because in this letter it's like, I want you to write a book about me and blah blah blah, and read this book that I've been working on, and we loved it when you stayed with us in November. Well, we know that Charles was at the house when Chad stayed there in November, so it's all very strange. But so he's like, writing a book, that's preposterous. So he messages Lori. So this is like the buildup. So I said now he's Heathlos, because now he's getting too involved, and he's Iowa, thank you, Iowa, not a vampire. He's getting too close to telling Tammy what's going on and ruining a lot of the things that they've been working towards. So he's becoming more demonic in their eyes. And Charles sends messages to Lori like he's heartbroken and just doesn't understand, and he deserves an apology, and he just can't believe that she would do this to him. That's at the end of June. The beginning of July is when he says he's going to go and tell Tammy, and that's when she's like, she won't talk to you because she's my friend. And then on July 11th, he's texting Adam Cox, which is Alex and Lori's brother, that Alex is at Lori's house, like something's off, and Adam thinks that something is off too. So they find all of this stuff based on going through Charles's phones and these accounts that are Lori's, because they're all connected to these iCloud accounts. So the Lori for Style has 4 different phone numbers attached to it, and that they find text messages between Lori and Alex. We've seen a lot of these text messages over the last couple of years. They've been put out there. There's also a text with Colby about Tylee sending him money through Venmo. And we did know that during one of the vacations that they took, that Lori has Tylee's phone, because this is in November of 2019, and we know Tylee's not on these vacations with her. So Lori ends up messaging Colby and says, did Tylee send you that money yet? Or whatever, or I messaged Tylee to send you the money, and then she uses Tylee's phone to send Colby the money, and then Colby messages Lori like, okay, Tylee sent it, thanks. But it's not Tylee that's doing it, so she's pretending to be Tylee at the same time. So Melanie had testified prior that she didn't know anything about the finances and the money that was coming from Charles, and that Lori already knew that she wasn't the beneficiary long before Charles had died. Well, we know from the messages that Lori did not actually find out until after Charles died that he had changed the beneficiary to being Kay. Maybe she has DID. That's a good point, Sleuth Mom. So the messages prove that she doesn't find out until almost a week after that she's not getting the $1 million that in life insurance for Charles, which is ultimately what we believe the motive for killing Charles was. And let me see what else is in my notes here. There's messages between Lori and Zulema that they talk about, where they're talking about Charles being Heathlos. And then there's messages to Chad from a lady named Karen, and talking to him about coming to Texas to speak at a conference, where he's like, yeah, I'll totally be there, which come to find out Karen is also, KK Walker, who is Lori. And then, like I said, Thomas, the defense attorney, refuses to actually do any cross-examination because he thinks all of this should not even have been allowed in. So then we have Zulema, who takes the stand. And so Zulema is an interesting character in herself, and also somebody I believe is a major player and co-conspirator. And I think many people believe that. So she, Alex was actually her 6th marriage. So she went to visit Lori and Chad and Alex in September up in Rexburg. And this is when she's told that she should probably marry Alex because that's, her way into the 144,000, and they want her to move up there, and she doesn't need to worry about having a job because she still got the money because nobody was looking for him, right? She still got the $4,000 a month. So they told Zulema not to worry about money, just to come up because, Melanie Boudreau had just gotten her $100,000 divorce settlement, and that would be, she would be fine. So Zulema is supposed to marry Alex. She had met Lori through Melanie, ironically. She thought that Lori was a righteous being because Lori had said that she'd been visited by Jesus. And people who were visited by Jesus became more powerful. So she was also at the conference where Lori met Chad. And Chad likes to give Zulema a lot of blessings. So the big thing about Zulema is that she really wanted somebody to make her feel special. And so Chad worked really hard to make sure that she felt special. I think she bugged Lori a lot, and so Lori would ghost her. And she even says, Lori ghosted me at specific times. But Chad made sure to make sure she felt special. So he gave her a lot of blessings. And this is when he tells her that she was Lori's daughter in a past life. And that she was a 4.2 light spirit. They also, another thing they do is they told Zulema, we want to talk to you about some of this stuff, but we need to make sure that we do it where Melanie can't hear us because we don't want her to know that stuff. So they would go and have these conversations without Melanie being around so that Zulema was even more special because Zulema was going to play a huge role in the 144,000. Let me see. She was also told that Charles was dark. She was told that Lori had received $65,000 in life insurance from Joe Ryan, which is Tylee's dad and Colby's adopted dad. Lori would give sticky notes about the list of past lives, would give them sticky notes to the women so they could keep track of how many past lives they had.
Oh, wow.
Right. A little sticky note. She went to the castings, and most of the castings actually took place at her house. And she talks about how they casted out Garrett, but he became more powerful and Ned took over and so on and so forth. She said Alex absolutely, she agrees with Melanie, absolutely believed in all of this, that he was the #1 believer. And she said that Lori told her that Charles moved to Texas because in Texas there was doctors there that could keep the demons. It could keep your body alive if you were possessed by a demon. These special doctors in Texas could do that. Arizona doctors couldn't do that. So Charles had to move to Texas so that he could stay alive. And then when apparently she asked her, well, why did you move to Texas? And then Lori says, because we needed to get our finances straight. So I had to go there and get my money right. And she said that Lori always had a fascination with the number 7-11 and that Charles died on 7-11. And that Lori said that was a message from God, that it was the right thing, that Charles died.
My goodness.
She said that Chad told Lori to move to Rexburg because it was the refuge. She was getting all the Social Security, so she knew all about the Social Security benefits for everybody. When Zulema asked her about why Tylee had to be free, because she told her that Tylee had to be free, and Lori told her, don't ask. Tylee was possessed by a demon named Hillary. And JJ was under, here's where Zulema is the one who talks about the dogs. So JJ was under attack by demons, and they had to get rid of the dog Bailey because the demons could enter the dog easier. When Zulema was there in September, Chad actually had her text Tammy about that she wanted Chad to meet and do like this reading or this conference, or to speak at, like, be a speaker. And so she texts Tammy so that Chad could get out of the house, so that Chad could come over and see Lori. Let's see. So September, when she was up there, her and Alex went to dinner. In October, closer to Halloween, Alex had come down to Arizona to visit, and they shared their first kiss. That was right around Halloween, and by November 7th, he proposed to her. At the time, he proposed to her in Rexburg, but Lori and Chad weren't there because they were actually in Hawaii, because they had just gotten married on November 5th. Let me see if there's anything else that's majorly important. They got married on November 29th in Vegas, and Alex took her last name. I think somebody said that in the chat. Yeah, Alex took Zulema's last name. On December 11th, Chad and Lori called Alex to tell them that Tammy was being exhumed, and Alex told Zulema, "I think I'm their fall guy. Either I am a man of God or I am not." And then the next day, Alex died of a blood clot in his lung. They talk about Zulema's journal, and this is where there's a whole listing of everybody what their light and dark spirits were, but I already went over that. And that she had a gift of working with the elements. Alex was a warrior, which we hear that in the that recording, because he's a warrior and he's Lori's protector. And Serena was a powerful goddess, and Melanie was a gatherer. Melanie Boudreaux was a gatherer. Oh, and that Lori had said that JJ was going to live a short life because he was meant to come back as Colby's child. So he wasn't going to be on Earth long, because he needed to come back as Colby's child.
Oh, this woman! Wow.
Mm-hmm. So on cross-examination, the defense attorney says that Zulema's demeanor changed and why she's gotten so much. Like, did she talk to the prosecution in the middle of her testimony? And she's like, "No, I'm not as nervous, and I ate lunch." So I thought that was interesting. They talk about when she met Lori, that she thought that Lori was amazing because she had met Jesus. She talks about that she's had dreams her whole life, which she's actually on the podcast too. There's actually podcasts of her talking throughout long before, because she was friends with Melanie, and she's on there talking about how she's had dreams since she was a child. She was talks about that she was sexually assaulted as a child, and basically her trauma, and that she's always had these dreams, and she knew she was supposed to be somebody important, but she never knew what that person was supposed to be or who that was supposed to be until she met them. Let me see. She was at the castings, and so he asked her, "Did you think the castings had any direct effect on the deaths?" And she says no, but Chad and Lori did have effect on the deaths. She said she likes to see the good in people after she's asked if she believes that she is gullible. But she says she's a lot more cautious now after she met Chad and Lori. She thought that they were kind, loving, and law-abiding people. Her views have now changed. In the secret convo, Chad told her that she'd had 4 lives before. She had drawn a diagram. They put like her journal into evidence, and she had drawn these diagrams about like different circles and how things happen and how demons can enter your body. And she talks about that once you die, a demon has a 2-minute window to enter your body. So the way to stop that from happening, and this is just eerie, is you can bind it or you can burn it.
Mm.
And that way the demon can't enter your body in that 2-minute window.
Okay.
But she doesn't. You don't actually burn it. You give it like a verbal burn. So it's like in these castings, you burn it. You give it a verbal burning.
Yes.
You don't actually burn it, is what she says.
Oh, Tiff, thank you. She really is doing a really good job, and she's got all 3, and she really is. She's our trial mom.
Well, I don't. It's just probably because I just have I have a little bit more of an opinion versus what they're allowed to have in court. It's very confusing. So I know it's hard for people when there's so much backstory to this case, and there's so many different players, and it becomes very convoluted. And then plus it's just so out there and outside the realm of like what we even wrap our minds around on a normal basis. Even in true crime, like we see some crazy stuff, but when it comes to cult stuff, it's always yes, Jacqueline, yes, that's why I was like, that was eerie, and that's actually how they ended the day. So Thomas asked her if she believed all of this, and she says no, and she says not any. She somewhat believed it, but not anymore. And he says why? And she said because 2 kids are dead and a mother of 5, and that's evil. So she knows that like she played some part in this. I just don't know if she thought that this was like some weird make-believe land, or I feel like Alex took something to die. I believe the blessing Chet gave him was a cue for Alex to end it. I think that the phone call was probably that cue where they're exhuming Tammy because he knew he was going to be the scapegoat. But Nate Eaton said he's talked to some professionals that said that there's no way to cause what his cause of death was. There's no way to cause that. I don't know how much I believe that. That's some incredible timing. The weirdest part about Alex dying is, he dies at Zulema's house in her upstairs bathroom. And when her son, Zulema's son is actually who finds Alex and calls 911, and that 911 calls out there too. But he says it's like some guy his mom knows. Like, buddy, that's your stepdad. Like, did he not know that? Like, it's like some guy that his mom knows.
Some dude.
Right. It's disturbing that people can be so desperate to feel special that they are willing to try to believe that innocent people need to die, especially children. Right. Yes. So that's what I'm like, did she really just think that, this was some verbal, like, ooh, I'm going to burn you. You know what I mean? Like, back in the day when you'd be like, ooh, burn. Like, is that what she thought? You know what I'm saying? Like, did she just think, was she that naive? This is where I get into this really irritated, like, weak-mindedness. If she thought Charles was a demon and evil spirit, would she have stolen his phone, truck, money, clothes, and tell him she would destroy him? No, of course not. Obviously, she doesn't believe that Charles was. This is where they can't believe that these people were actually dark. Tammy didn't become dark until right before she passed away. She was only dark for about 2 weeks before she died. See, and like JJ was like a month, and then Tylee was like 6 months, and then Charles was almost a year. That's what I'm saying. Like, as times, more people would have been dying. If this is people were going to start dying a lot faster and a lot quicker, because once they were deemed dark, they had to die. Yep. This is when I say things evolved, this is what I mean, because back at the beginning, I was like, oh yeah, we can save them. We'll just do these castings and we'll get rid of these evil spirits and these demons, these zombies. But by then, Tammy turned to dark 2 weeks before, and then she had to die.
And Tammy had to go.
Yep. So Diane says, so many innocent good people died for these two to be together. It's gross. Yep. 2 disturbed human beings.
And that's exactly what happened.
That's my. So there's no court Monday for Vallow. They have the day off. They won't be back until Tuesday.
Yep. You get a little bit of the Monday break.
Yeah, and a little bit. We have the other 2 going though. Hi, Miss. Yeah, and if you're truly a demon, you're going to try to kill a person right away. Like, if I really thought you were a demon and you're trying to get me, it might be a big deal. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm like, maybe he's going to die in a car accident. They all get together like, let's cast out the spirit by praying that he, dies in a car accident. I'm surprised that David's alive too. I don't think David would have been alive had the cops not been hot on their tail, because they were thinking that Melanie was turning dark because of David's influence.
Mm-hmm.
So David would have been next, because they needed to keep Melanie close. Or Melanie could have been next. This is what I don't get, is these people don't realize they could have turned dark themselves, and that was it for them.
Yep. And it doesn't take much to those 2 to become dark.
All right, let me get rid of these I can't listen to that call. I mean, that call is just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Oh yeah, that was too freaky. Oh, and he does sound like Warren Jeffs. He absolutely does. That was the whole vibe I got. Someone commented that.
And he did it on purpose?
I think, well, I just think that that's who he thinks that he is or wants to be, whatever. So he'll give that off.
All
I
right,
think
so
he's way more show.
Let's talk more about West, which is so weird to think like the more normal murderers of the crew.
Yeah, believe it or not.
And
Yeah.
it's so bad to think like that. It's just like, you know.
But think of who we just been. Think of the two we just covered, and look who we're about to go into. We have Jacqueline, who couldn't plot or plan anything if she possibly wanted to, and you get nothing out of her, but just as evil. Moves quieter, doesn't. I don't think she was the mastermind. I don't think she planned too much. I think that was Trezell. But compare her to Letitia and Lori, and yeah.
Oh, Chrissy, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. You know, Alex was known to travel down to Mexico to hook up with prostitutes. That was a big thing that Alex liked to do. Yeah, he liked to travel to Mexico to be with the prostitutes.
Oh well. Yeah, they would have continued this.
Yeah, Jordan, 1,000 bazillion %. Absolutely.
Yep. Not at all. Not at all.
Well, Misty, I think the problem is they did get away with it, and then they got away with it again, and then they got away with it again. And I think that's why it starts getting quicker.
Yep.
Yeah, they did say that they had a little. They don't. Even the family said they were oddly close, but they weren't. They weren't close the whole time. They were getting closer as this was happening, and this was like Alex's way back into his sister's good graces was by doing all of this.
Yep.
Okay, let me pull this up now. You want to talk West the last 2 days? Do you have your notes on West?
I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you start off with that, and then I'm gonna run to the restroom if that's okay with you.
Yeah, take a break, baby. Take a break.
Yeah.
All right, I'll start with day 7. Okay, well, I'll just go back over day 7.
We're on what, day 7 and day 8, right?
Yeah, day 8.
All right, so West. Let's start West. Okay. I'll be right back.
Yeah, baby. Okay, so we're just going to go over. I think there was only a day and a half of the West trial. For anybody who doesn't know the West trial, it's for Jacqueline and Trezell West. They were the adoptive parents of Orrin and Orson West, also known as Classic and Sincere Pettis. They had adopted the boys, I believe, back in 2018-19. In December of 2020, they were reported missing, and here to come find out that 3 months prior, they were unalived. They were unalived, and we're now through the trial, slowly finding out all the things, should I say. So we made it up to, on the last slide, we made it up to day 6. So we're going to go over day 7 and then the little bit of day 8 that we got. Judge Charles Brenner, he began the afternoon session with basically there's a whole issue with you cannot restream this trial. It's audio only. You have to go to Kern County's site to listen to it in real time. And they've had a couple issues with, I guess, content creators restreaming it, claiming to have special privileges, I guess, or whatnot. But that's not at all the case. So the judge just wanted to remind everybody to please not to do that. And I've seen a lot of creators try to pass the message along too. So I hope that makes its way. We definitely don't want no issues because of that. But. So the first witness they called to the stand was the CPS worker for Kern County, and name was Ishal Hill. Supervises all the social workers who are focused on abuse or neglect. She was a social worker before, she's now a supervisor before her supervisor status. She testified that she worked emergency response, investigated allegations of abuse or neglect. Hold on one second, guys. She had worked for Kern County for about 4 years as an on-call social worker. And I'm sorry, guys, it's my computer. It just has to reload. Okay, so basically, she was contacted on December 21st of 2020 by Cal City. She was basically asked to verify if Jacqueline and Trezell actually had full legal adoption of the boys or not. Hill was basically on the road, so at the time she couldn't check right in the moment. So she had made a little note and she called one of her colleagues to basically check up for her. So that had taken a little time, and that's kind of, it halted some things that night of the investigation. And there wasn't too much from the DA with her, but it was more on defense when they came up. Jacqueline's lawyer in particular, Stallings, I believe is her name. She's pretty aggressive, and she's she likes to hone in on the how should I word this? There was an investigations done. There was tons of work done. It's just not too much was reported. There's no reports basically for anything. Very minimal. So it pretty much looks like nothing. We have to remember though that law enforcement was initially going off of a missing persons case. They're looking for 2 missing children. And as the night, the day, following days go on, they start to find out more and more that this is not the case. So I personally think that for what Cal City was working with, they did a really good job. They made the proper phone calls. I mean, they knew they needed help. They had Bakersfield in that night, but they also had their forensics team in the next day. FBI was there the next day. For me, they did exactly what they were supposed to do to help these little boys. So when Hill had requested backup from another social worker to look into the boys' adoption, she was receiving multiple calls that night. She basically, when she was able to get her colleague back on the phone, I'm sorry, guys, it's my computer. So basically, she gets her colleague back on the phone. They do ensure that the Wests have adopted the boys. And basically, at this point, she creates a referral. This referral was used in a couple of the reports in midst of the investigation. And this is kind of where Stallings kind of hones in on the fact that this report basically has nothing. It has nothing for a homicide investigation versus a missing persons investigation. Give me 1 second to try and see. T, would you be able to pull the
Which one do you want? What do you want?
Do you have the referral up? Oh, do you have a screenshot of that?
I might. I might not.
If you don't, I can send it to you if you want.
Yeah, so shoot it over. So Jacqueline and Trezell, the adopted parents, are on trial currently for second-degree murder, even though the boys have not been found. I know it's crazy that they haven't been found, Jordan. I agree. This case hits close to home as I'm from Bakersfield and I was home visiting when Jay and Trezell reported them. Oh, Kyrie, really? Wow. Yeah, she has. At the time she was talking about this, she had three foster kids of her own.
Yes. Let me know if you get that, because there's something. My computer is just, I don't know.
Okay. Let me look real quick. I said we weren't doing a 4.5 hour live on this one.
We lied.
I did. Nothing's come through yet. The big part about this report, and we talked about it on the Wednesday live, is, and I didn't really know where she was going with it, but there was this report that everybody kept referring to that said that there was 2 boys that were seen walking down the street on security cameras. And all the cops kept saying, like, we don't know what you're talking about. Like, we don't know what you're talking about. There's no video of 2 boys walking down the street. And so we find out that this social worker, the CPS worker, is actually the reason that this report exists. And that's like the biggest takeaway from her entire testimony, for me anyway.
Yep.
Is she wrote down on her notes that there was security camera footage of two boys walking down the street. In court, she testifies that she thinks that she wrote that like she thought that's what they were looking for, or that they had told her
Right.
that's what they're looking for. You know, like, so it wasn't that they actually had found it, but that's what they were looking for. And so she gets raked over the coals on. So if you guys remember, my big thing about this defense attorney, which is Jacqueline's defense attorney, she keeps saying that they basically did a terrible job investigating this, and that everything is just messed up. Half the reports aren't there. Nobody wrote them. The body worn camera footage is all wacky. And there's this report that has been floating around that said that the two boys were actually seen that day. And so that would be the official last sighting. And they think she's trying to push that there was this video, and that her client and the other client are being railroaded because there really is this video, and now the cops don't want to give it over. But she says that's not true. She wrote it down because she was actually driving when they called, and she pulled over and like wrote down the notes from like memory, and she just screwed up. But they're like, yeah. So is it important that reports are accurate for, you know, for cases, so on and so forth? And she's like, yeah.
See, it might have to come through your email. See if that.
Okay. I'll pull that up. Which email? Gmail?
Yeah. Should go to the criminality one.
Okay.
Where did it go? More for the sake of just of what it actually says on it.
Okay.
But we may not even.
Yeah, it'll end up helping the defense, and all these things are helping the defense, in my opinion. I'm very concerned about the outcome of this trial. We obviously have not heard all the witnesses, and the kids still have to testify, which I think is going to be the major bombshells, because according to law enforcement, these other 4 kids all had the same story and told the same story separately. That's going to be, you know, I just don't, I don't know if there's anything forensically, and that's going to be a problem for me anyway, to be able to say, because I always wondered, I hate to say it, but I always wondered if they sold them. But now we're hearing that Orrin was actually gone in Bakersfield, and Orson wasn't gone until Cal City.
Yeah. So basically, at this point, they have a little sidebar because of this whole referral page issue and of her notes. At this point, after sidebar, it is admitted into evidence. So basically, Hill just tries to explain the referral. It gives a date, a time of the incident, summary of the allegations. It was classified by her December 21st as a general neglect. The referral names from the family members, it gives their ages, and one line says there is video footage of Orrin and Orson walking down the street. She said that she believed that she got the information at that time from law enforcement. Hill also said that she believes law enforcement was trying to get video, not that there actually was video of the boys walking down the street. So basically, then that referral went to a different social worker, she said, and then she had no involvement in the case other than taking the initial calls. So the prosecution ended their questioning, and then Stallings comes in, which is Jacqueline's attorney, and she begins her cross. She was basically asked when was the first time she was contacted by law enforcement, and she says that she doesn't recall. Stallings gives her a report to review. According to the report, the first time Hill was contacted was by law enforcement 3 days before she was due to testify the first time. Hill said there was a meeting with the county council and other county employees before she testified the first time, and that a number of people were present. Hill said she was directed on how to prepare herself. She's asked, did you talk about what it was you could or you could not say in your testimony? Jacqueline's attorney asks. She says that she was not told to say certain things or to change things during her testimony. Stallings goes over the referral again. Hill confirmed she received the information from the referral from dispatch and law enforcement. I think that's where some of the sightings originally had gotten really, really mixed up or confused or whatever. So that the CPS history, basically, anytime you get a call from a family or anything like that, it would list all the referrals that was received. That information would have been included in the 5-page report that Stallings had given Hill back to refer to. So Officer Anthony was listed as the reporting party, and he's with Cal City Police. Stallings asks about when the info held at CPS becomes permanent, if there is any ability to change details. She's looking through other documents. Hill says when first contacted by somebody from Cal City, that was at 7:01 p.m. on December 21st from the call log, and she notated the amount of each time for each call. Stallings pushed more for the fact, how she keeps her notes and specifically what she did with those notes from that night. Hill said she would never, she does not share her notes, she never would. But she also says that there's no requirement to keep or provide them to the supervisor, and she believes that she kept all of her notes for about 6 months. Stallings again goes on the calls from the officer and how long they lasted. The referral form didn't include any allegations of abuse or neglect for the other 4 children, only general neglect for Orrin and Orson since they had gone missing. Stallings again hones in on the line saying the boys were seen on video walking down the street. She asked Hill if it's true that she never said the first time she testified that it was her belief officers were looking for video, not that there was video. At this point, Hill's reviewing her transcripts from her testimony from January 7th of 2022. She said all she was asked is where she got the information. Stallings asked if she talked about the case with any other social workers or when it came on the news. And then Hill replied maybe once or twice. Hill continues to testify that she does not know when they talked about it. She said she wants to say yes to seeing or reading about a press conference the DA's office held on the case. She said she doesn't recall hearing the timeline of the DA's case. She doesn't have the information for her initial testimony that the DA believed the boys had died 3 months before reported missing. That's kind of where we get this. There were many that did believe that these boys were gone and know that they were not seen. And then we have this one video that was just, or this footage that happened to be talked about saying that, I believe it was just one neighbor who thought they seen the boys. I don't think that they were even 100%. Stallings goes in on that she knew that by the time she testified for the second time, and it was at that time, she said it was miscommunication to say there was video of the boys walking down the street. Hill said she doesn't remember saying miscommunication. She says she could have written the report so it was clear police were looking for video. Stallings gives her the transcript from her second time that she had testified. Hill said she doesn't know which social worker investigated the referral after. She agreed that referrals can become a part of court proceeding. Still being questioned by Stallings, Hill agreed that it's important the information contained in the allegation is as correct as it can be. It's what starts the investigation by CPS, she says. Stallings asked her, did you receive information that there were no photographs in the home? Hill replied, yes. She got that information from law enforcement, but didn't include it in her report. Stallings asked Hill if she logged phone calls or text messages she had with 2 other CPS workers the night the boys were reported missing. Hill said no. There's no record of those calls or text messages from that night or afterward, according to Hill. Hill had said she hasn't had contacts. She hasn't had contacts privately with any other social worker about the West case. And then that's when Stallings ends her questioning, and Victor Nassar, he's the attorney for Trezell, he begins his cross. Okay. Nassar, he's basically asking about training and qualifications for Hill's job. Up until the referral was submitted, it can be edited. Hill said she doesn't recall if she made any edits before the referral on December 21st was submitted. Nasser is asking her questions on the process of how CPS investigation process works. And then he ends his questioning, and District Attorney Smith has begun his redirect. Hill said the court hearings she talked about earlier had to do with parents should have access to their children, not criminal proceedings. Smith asked. Hill said she had been given approval by a judge to testify because of the privacy rights of the children. When she talked with county counsel, it was about getting approval to testify in this case. Hill said she doesn't remember if she read anything about press conferences held in the case. DA Smith showed a document showing Hill had told law enforcement well over a year ago that she didn't know whether law enforcement had a video, but the West thought neighbors might have video. And the court's in recess for about 15 minutes. So Eric Smith resumes the video that was ended on, was that day 6, which would have been what, Wednesday, I believe?
Did you talk about Josiah?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay. Well, that's day 7, right?
I think. He's on the bottom of my notes for this day. So I know he was on the 2nd.
Okay.
He's out of order probably.
Okay.
Wait, where did I go?
So one thing you have to know about as we're listening to this is there's a detective that's on the stand, Detective John Ryan, and they're playing an audio of his interviews with Jacqueline, and the audio keeps, or the video keeps stopping, and it stops working. So this happens multiple times. So they take him off the stand and then wait till they can fix the video, and then they bring him back. So he's testified throughout 3 days, I think.
Yes.
I think you get more money for fostering me, but the problem is it's not. It can be taken away. If you adopt them, then you get the money until they're 18.
Yep.
So it's guaranteed that you're going to have it, because they can take your foster kids at any time. They can't take your adopted kids at any time. Well, obviously they can, but you know what I'm saying.
And kind of like in this case, and this is just my opinion, but I feel like these the Trezell and Jacqueline were very seasoned in this game, in this foster adoption game.
Because that's what her mom did.
Her mother did it. His family has connections into the system, so they know how the inside works. And I think that their whole agenda here was to, I mean, if not traffic and have that whole disgusting plan already out, I think their goal was to make these kids as they were going to get all the money that they could out of these kids. And if it took them to say that one was special, one was falling behind, one had behavioral issues, anything to put them in that category to where they can get that bigger lump sum.
Mm-hmm.
Because look at their ages, you know how it goes, babies and children with special needs and things like that, there's more money. And these two clearly lived off of that money, no doubt. They have no problem saying it.
They bought the house and everything. All their income is from the $4K they got for adopting these boys. That's their income.
Yep. And they just, I think their bigger plan was to traffic these boys in some way, shape, or form, and that just didn't work.
That's my concern, is if the jury thinks that they might have been trafficked, then that means they're not dead, and you can't convict on second degree. So
this trial scares the living you-know-what out of me.
Yep, I agree.
Everything about this. I shake when I even attempt, because they get away with this. Not even just for them. This is going to set the stage for a whole lot of crazies out there to keep doing this, and this is just going to be terrible. Okay.
Oh, Dean.
Here we go. Give me 1 second. So we're on to the video with of Jacqueline being interviewed by law enforcement.
That's why I said this goes back and forth. So they keep having to stop it, and so throughout the entire time they keep going back. They bring Detective Ryan back up on the stand. They go through another part of it. I don't even know if we can go. I don't even know if it's necessary to go through all of it, because basically what it really is him telling her she's lying.
Right.
her saying she's not lying, him saying the kids are telling this story and you guys are telling this story. She continues to say the kids are lying. And oh, Melanie Gibb was the gatherer? I thought Melanie Gibb was the fire. Was Melanie Boudreau fire then the other one? You're not even gonna hear this until much later because obviously you're back in Vallow still. But when you get to this point, let me know if Melanie Boudreau was fire then. One of the Melanies was fire. But so the whole entire interview between them is literally him saying, "You're lying. We're gonna figure it out." She's like, "We're not lying," so on and so forth. And then of course at the end of the day, even on yesterday, the video stops working again. So
yeah, and Jacqueline is the most.
It's just audio.
Just like nonchalant type. She has not only zero emotion, her answers are just, well, I don't know what to tell you. They lie. They're loud. They're bad. They're like, she doesn't sweat. She doesn't anything. She just doesn't anything.
She doesn't cry. She doesn't shed a tear. Well, she does say if it was one of her biological kids that she would be a disaster. Oh, yeah. But she does care about these kids. You know, she cares about them. But if it was one of her bio kids, then she would be a mess. And that's why she's not.
But even when she says that, there's no change in her tone still. You know what I mean? Like she's actually talking about the one she loves at this point, and there's still nothing. Like,
okay, and he's like digging into her. He's like, I'm gonna make sure that you never see your children again. You're never gonna see your kids again. And she's like, well, they lie, so it just is what it is.
Yep. Like I'll go sketch. You know, like whatever. Yeah.
So that's why I said because the video is in so many different pieces and parts where they play it. That's just the general scene that's being set. So I don't think we need to. Otherwise, we're going to end up going back and forth because it's in my notes all over the place too.
And they're questioned, and like Tia tried to explain last week, the way the whole cross goes and the amount of lawyers and things, it is just insane. And then the fact that it's only audio, and then we're delivering through notes. It's probably going to sound very confusing, if anything. So we're probably better off doing it this way. All right, I'll skip over that.
I want to talk about Josiah because then I also want to talk about the dad. I want to talk about the brother and the dad.
Oh boy! All right, come on. All right.
Because these were the most compelling. This is probably the two compelling witnesses I've actually heard from. Since this started, and there's been so much speculation on their involvement in helping Trezell cover things up. You know, his parents, her mom. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much in it, and you could actually hear so much emotion from the brother, his name is Josiah, and the dad's name starts with a P. What's his name? Philip.
That's Phil. Yeah, Phil West.
Yeah, so it brought me closer to more understanding and kind of trying to see where they were coming from versus anything because they don't do interviews or anything, so we never hear from these people.
No, and you know what? To be honest, from some of like when I was doing some of the research for the presentation, the idea of Josiah and Phil, I don't know, their demeanors and just the way some had referenced them to be, I didn't see that, or I'm sorry, I didn't hear that in their testimony. I actually got the complete opposite from them.
I got that they were very loving.
Yeah, and that's not initially. I definitely prejudged them way too early on, and just from like some of the things that I'd seen that was done at Wanda and Phil's house doesn't mean that they knew, but I do believe some things happened there. And I honestly thought I was going to get a very, very cold version of those two. And that's not what happened at all.
Not at all.
No.
So Josiah is the youngest of the three boys. And he babysat the kids often, every few months or whatever. He would even babysit. And one of the things he talks about that really got me was at the beginning of December, he was watching the four boys and they made gingerbread houses.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, like you're the uncle that's like chilling and making gingerbread houses with your nephews. Like, how cool is that? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like he was like the younger, fun uncle type of thing. Like, and he was like that with all the kids because he describes each kid, and it's like you only know that unless you have to be hands on somewhere with those kids. You had to spend some type of quality time with the kids. versus
They,
just
they ask
having-
him. They ask him to describe the personalities of each kid, and this is when you can really hear a lot of emotion. And he does. He goes through and talks about every single one of the kids, and like what they liked and how they acted, and just their personalities in general.
He definitely knew a lot more than Jacqueline's mother. That's for sure. That's for sure. And Phil got me too. I wasn't expecting Phil's reaction and his emotion. And when he was asked to list the kids' names and ages, he had to take him, like he had to take a minute. He needed a drink of water. Judge was even checking on him. And just to hear his tone, I was not expecting that. I just wasn't. And then, he's very, you could tell that he still can't wrap his head around this. I think he even says it. He says that he made it a point to raise Trezell and his other boys a particular way, and that he can't believe any of this. Like he just can't believe that his son could do this. And I just wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a very cold, very defensive.
I thought so too, but so I don't want to. Okay, don't jump too far ahead because I still want to talk about Josiah.
Oh yeah, Phil.
So he talked about that he did not go visit him in Cal City, but they hadn't lived there that long, and he was letting them get settled. He says his mom did help them move in, but she was only gone for a day. So I think that's going to be important later. We should keep note of that. And he was at the house. He lived with his parents still, and he was at the house the weekend that the four boys were dropped off, and that he was also there when CPS came to talk to the boys and take the boys. The one thing I really liked though too that I wanted to mention, and that also made me get all up in my feels about it, was that he went and took fostering classes.
Yeah.
He went and took fostering classes so that he could foster the other four boys, but they wouldn't let him because they didn't want, in his opinion, what he testified to was that they didn't want the West family to have too much contact with the boys.
Yeah.
So, but he went and took fostering classes just so he could take care of his nephews.
Yeah. I thought, yeah, Okay, am I breaking up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let me see. So he says that he didn't see Orrin and Orson in December, or since they moved to Cal City. But he does say that Orrin did play with all the kids, and Orson didn't play as much. He was more quiet, but he did play as well, which is totally different than what we heard prior. Was that that Orrin and Orson were off on their own, that they didn't really play with anybody. And he says that's not true. That Orrin did play with all the kids.
I think when they were trying to identify Orrin and Orson and what they did versus what they didn't, and how that and anything that came out of Jacqueline and Trezell's mouth with that was just to throw whatever in there. And I think that was so shitty too, because for a hot minute, it was almost like it's labeling one as, oh, well, this one got along with everybody, and this one just it made you feel like the one was just completely isolated, and I just don't believe that. Not from everything that Josiah had testified to of how close these boys were. Nothing adds up.
No, but so the defense attorney though comes up and makes it clear that Josiah and Trezell did not always get along, and how they fought a lot, and they even fought over what kind of dog food to buy apparently.
Yeah.
So with Josiah kind of taking the prosecution side on we don't really understand what's happened, we just want to see the kids.
Yeah.
You could tell that the defense was we're going to make it so that you just look like you don't like your brother.
Yeah. They were trying to say that he said that Trezell ran his house very militant, and he was just yeah, but I don't necessarily always mean that in a negative way. It could also mean that I felt like he had structure with his children. Josiah gave a good, I think Josiah did a great job for the position that he's in.
And her attorney does cross and asks him if he thought the boys were slow. And his response I thought was good. He was like, that's a loaded question. You can't really just ask me that. And he said that they weren't as quick to pick up on things, but that they weren't necessarily slow. He said that they had to work with them more to try to help them communicate, that they grunted and made noises for things that they wanted, and they would pout and get mad when they didn't get what they wanted versus like using their words. So he says him and his family worked with the boys, Orrin and Orson, to learn to communicate. That's where they struggled, was in communication. But
You hear so many things that we didn't know about these boys, you know, like we really didn't know too much about these boys at all. And we found out a lot on this day.
Mm-hmm. He said that he was there when CPS came, and that they weren't allowed to have the adults in the room. The kids were questioned without the adult there. And you, I think, already said that he was very militant. That Trezell was very militant with his kids. And that they did eventually get to have some meetings with the boys, the other 4 boys, but it took a while. They wouldn't actually let them, around them very often. And then you have the notes on. So Orson's dad testified. It was actually pretty quick. I thought it would be a lot longer, but it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
So Orson's dad testified, and what I learned that I didn't know before was that he actually thought he was the dad of both boys.
Yeah.
And that he actually took DNA tests through the court and found out that he was only the dad of Orson.
Yeah.
I just thought he kind of took Orrin as his own. I didn't know he actually thought he was his dad. Did you know that?
Yeah, no, like initially he did, and then they went through the process, and I know it was something he did not want to make a big deal about. I know it didn't go too far publicly, and that he raised I'm going to confuse, but he raised the other one just like his. I believe Pettis is even on his birth.
It is, yeah. He was, that was sincere and classic Pettis. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I think that he thought. Orson is the youngest. Orrin was the oldest. Why are the foster parents charged? So they're the adopted parents technically, and the story it's not true, because they have all of this surveillance from around the neighborhood that the boys were not there. So they can prove the boys aren't there. So this whole, like, they went out this side gate. Well, there's a camera that's literally watching the side gate, and there's no boys that ever leave it. And there's no shadows of boys in the backyard. So we know the story's not true, but how do they prove that they actually, like, killed them? That's where I don't know what they have there. We haven't got there yet.
Nope.
But we know that the story they told about them going missing on December 21st is a lie. There's no kids there.
Yep. And there's no way in this world that on the 19th they left to go with the other kids, and there's no way in this world that they came back to even just to stay the weekend like they were claiming,
right,
with the adoptive parents. There's a camera from every angle, and those little boys, no kids. You see 4 kids on the 19th. Really? That's it.
I don't know. So Orson's dad ends up testifying, and he basically just is there to say, like, he was the father. He did go to California City to when you guys remember the press conference that was happening, not a press conference, but the interview with the news that Jacqueline and Trezell did with their masks on. He was there for that. But they basically put him on the stand because Trezell really tries to throw him under the bus, saying that he's the biological father is who came and took the boys.
Yeah.
So they put him up there basically to ask, did you come and kidnap the boys? And he's like, no. Where were you? What were you doing? And then they talk about, like, his alibi and what he was doing. And that's really what it was about, was that they tried to use him as the scapegoat of who they thought came and took the boys, and he wasn't there.
And whenever you hear Charles speak, not even just in this audio, but just in his other interviews and all, you can hear, like, you can hear the love that he has for all of his kids. And you can see he just really regrets everything that had happened. And you see how some you really can't get that feeling. I really, really get it with Charles. I have from the very beginning. He was always easy to talk to.
It always seemed like he really loved them. I'm always still very confused on why him and his family didn't try to take the boys. Why they didn't try to get them instead of letting the other lady raise them.
I placed a question. It didn't really get answered, but what I got from the tone of the conversation was more or less that him and Ryan originally tried to work things out, then didn't, and then that the relationship with the first foster parent, Ryan really wanted, I guess, to see that go through. But then again, I didn't get the question answered to the other the other end of the question. So I don't know exactly how Charles felt about it. I just know that that's what they were going through at the time.
I've always just wondered that, because he always did seem like a really loving guy. Like he really cared about the kids and what happened. And that is the other thing, Mo, too, that they do. The other 4 kids are saying they haven't seen these boys in months. That Orrin, the last time they saw Orrin was before the move to Cal City, and the last time they saw Orson was within a couple days of living at Cal City. And the oldest one is supposedly going to be testifying that he knew that Orrin had died, and that his mom and dad basically said, we're not going to tell anybody. They didn't call for medical help, is what the paperwork says. So I'm curious to see what the story fully comes out, because that's obviously just the preliminary stuff.
And with that child, I feel like, because they make it a point to keep saying that he was he was basically, not only did he take on the older brother job, he took on a big part of the parenting job too. And he, every day in and day out, he knew that so pretty much responsible for these kids. When Trezell and Jacqueline were not watching, which was a good portion of the time, he had them, and I think that's why it was worded the way it was initially when the indictment came out, the second one. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Wait,
I heard the second one. Okay, bye, Jordan. Thank you for staying. Thank you for hanging out. The state is claiming that they were killed in September, and they weren't reported missing until December. Yep. If you're talking, Michelle, I can't hear you. The other big one.
Now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right, I should be good now.
Okay, the other big one that really kind of got me was Trezell's dad testified, and he talked about like how he didn't have a dad, and so one of the things that he really wanted to do was to like make sure that his kids had a dad, that his boys had a dad, and that they knew how to be a dad, and that like almost broke me.
Yeah.
I was like, he's like, I raised them to be fathers, and I was like, holy crap.
He's like, I raised them to be fathers and men, and good men at that. He made it a point to do special things with each of his children, especially with Trezell. I think that speaks volumes as him being a father and a grandfather. His intention was to see his legacy go on. And I think that says so much about, he's in a sense the head of his family,
Yeah, they ask him to name all the kids, which is interesting because remember, her mom could not name the kids. So they ask him to name the kids, and he starts to cry. His voice is cracking.
He goes on, man, please don't do this to me, or something like that.
Yeah, and that's just naming the kids. He struggles with just that, and I was like, oh crap, this is going to be tough.
And even like when it came to Cal City, he didn't know much until Wanda told him. He said he planned to go out to Cal City, just waiting for them to get settled and things like that. And he said he didn't realize that his relationship was even distant or anything like that with Trezell.
Because they saw each other every couple of weeks or so. But he said that because of COVID, it wasn't unusual that Trezell would come to the house and the kids would stay in the car.
Right.
Because he said he was elderly and something was up with Wanda that he was like, I worried that we would get sick. So it wasn't unusual at the time for the kids to stay in the car.
Yeah. And somebody had asthma, I believe, and he mentioned about Christmas.
Wanda did.
He said, we're always together on Christmas. And that got me. That I was done after that. He said, we're always together.
They were going to be together on Christmas, and where were they going to explain that Orrin and Orson were? They had to come up with something before Christmas.
Well, no, then he says Christmas comes, and here's the 4 boys. Here's the 4 kids, but no Orrin and Orson. And I just completely done.
He said he had not seen Orrin and Orson since they lived in Bakersfield. He had not seen them since the move to Cal City at all.
I even think he gave a date, didn't he? I think he gave like a July date, which was like July 7th. He said
July 4th of July.
Yeah, he said he told the officers last time everyone was together was July 4th, 2020. So now maybe he did see the boys prior.
So the other boys had been dropped off, but that's why he was saying like it wasn't unusual that the kids stayed in the car.
Yeah.
Why? Because they were just getting dropped off, and then Trezell would leave. He said that he was also there when the CPS came, and then when CPS took the boys, he says that they were able to meet them at a special facility where they could see the boys for about 3 hours, and sometimes before the arrests were made, Trezell and Jacqueline were allowed to be there, but there was always a liaison that was in the room, making sure that everything went well.
I don't know if you guys remember the whole Kane video situation where AV Watchman, he's kind of following them. They're calling out the dog that we had thought his name was Chalk, and here was Shaka. Well, here Phil makes all different unique type of canes and things like that. Like that's like what he does. And here that's like it's like a hobby for him and Trezell to do, is to make these different unique canes. He'd even brought one with him to testify, and he had shown the cane. When I watched that video, I took it completely different. And I don't know, when you get to know some things about people, I don't look at him. I cannot lie. I judged that man very, very, very hard up until his testimony. And stupid things like the cane and things like that they were walking around with, that I'm thinking it's just like this big stick that they're going to whack people with and things. That was totally not it, I mean,
well, they do show him a picture of a cane that is broken and duct taped back together.
Yeah.
And they ask him about this cane, like, do you recognize this cane? And he says, no, I did not make that cane.
Yep.
So there's something about this cane. Once again, like there's these little tidbits that come up, and it's like you kind of just take note of it. We don't know what it means yet, but it's like that's going to come up later, It was like this whole video or this whole report where these two boys were walking down the street. They wouldn't stop talking about it, but I had no idea what it meant until this CPS worker testified.
Yeah. So many things.
So when this happened, he doesn't know what to think, and he was just mind boggled. He can't believe that this is his life right now.
Yep.
He doesn't say that he thinks Trezell's guilty or innocent, but you can tell that he's like, I can't believe like this is like, where are the boys? He's kind of like, where are the boys? Like, it doesn't make sense.
He definitely doesn't say that they did it. He just keeps saying, I can't believe this. I can't believe they would do it. Or I can't believe he would do it. Like he's not saying that he thinks that he did it. He just cannot. You can hear it. He just cannot. He still cannot wrap. How could you ever? I think Hennessy was pretty good with him. I thought Hennessy was going to like really drill him, and I don't think he did.
No, I thought that you could tell he was kind of broken, and it was a lot sadder than I expected it to be. I think that's why I took both of Josiah and Philip's testimonies very, to heart, because I didn't expect them. Yeah. Hi, Heidi.
Oh, hey, Norma. North Korea. Hello.
Hold on. I'm just watching the replay of this, but the reason that Bethel isn't a detective anymore is the case broker. I wondered if that was it, Heidi, and you're obviously not going to be hearing this for quite a while, but I wondered if that was it. Yeah. Hi, Norma.
It would definitely explain her demeanor up there, because she almost looked, what's the word? I don't want to say sad, but you could definitely tell she's talking not just past tense, but something that she was very much involved in, and it took something out of her. You can see it. You can see. She even glances over to Letitia almost as like my God, like this is where we are. So you know what I mean? Like you could see she just kind of like relives it all. I can absolutely believe that it took her away from her job, probably what she loved to do most in life. And that's sad.
So the biggest thing that I would say about the video that Detective John Ryan was playing, like we were talking earlier, it kept coming into spurts and it would go back and forth. But they do talk about the video from the 19th where you only see 4 boys and Trezell and Jacqueline getting into the car. And that they talk about that there is no Orrin and Orson on December 19th. I was curious, and I wanted to get your thoughts, why they didn't talk about when they arrived home, how many people got out of the car.
You said why they didn't?
Yeah. Did you? I didn't hear him talk about when they came home that only Trezell and Jacqueline got out of the car.
Yep.
Why? Where's that at?
Nothing.
Do they not have video of that, I wonder?
I don't know how they couldn't. Because remember when even AV goes back to the neighbor's house and they go through the 21st, the 20th, they go back, they cover the 19th, which is that day. They cover the 18th. You see nothing. You literally see nothing. So I was
there's
very
something off
confused.
with that. So I'm wondering about that. And then we know that they had a couple detectives that testified to that they've downloaded all the data from these different phones and whatnot. We don't have that data yet. So it was just the ones, you know how they have to be able to introduce the stuff into evidence. It's the ones who actually did the downloads, not the ones who read the reports. So there was a couple of those. But the other thing that she says in this interview, which caught my attention, was that if you remember when they're talking to the news, she talks about that she doesn't have any pictures on her phone because it's a new phone. They had just gotten new phones. Well, there's no pictures on her phone of her new phone of the boys, and she's had the phone for a month. So there's no pictures of the two boys on her phone at all. And then she says that she threw her old phone away because the screen was broken and she didn't need it anymore. So they don't even have like access to the old phone. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah. And that he was told 4 days later to stop extracting the data. Why?
So yes, the guy who's bringing all this out, yeah, it's from the FBI. They sent him. Let me go back and see exactly what they sent him. They sent him a whole bunch of stuff, which is another thing I thought was weird. They sent him 2 LG phones. They sent him a Samsung Galaxy Note, 2 Amazon tablets, a hard drive, 6 laptops, a thumb drive, 8 other thumb drives in a bag, 3 micro SD cards. I mean, there's a crap ton of stuff. So he tries to get all this stuff done, but they do. About 4 days in, he gets noticed to stop processing them. So I don't know why. My pics carry over when I get a new phone too. I thought that was interesting as well.
Yep. And a lot of the devices were somewhat damaged that shouldn't been. The one phone was told that was pretty much damaged and thrown away, but a few of the devices, when he was speaking, he noted certain cracks here or there that he had felt like were done not that long ago for devices that weren't necessarily in use, because they just basically collected every device in the house. I remember that from early on.
But they were having a hard time with the LG phones because one was a patterned passcode and the other one was a pin lock. And so the patterned passcode, the first detective could not get to open. And so they sent it with the rest of the stuff to the FBI. And he says he probably could have got it to open, but it was one of the things he hadn't done when he was told to stop processing the evidence.
Once I heard that, it was like everything else from his testimony went right out the thing. Because I'm just like, why?
I don't know. They don't explain that to us.
Yep.
So there's apparently there's going to be a ton of digital stuff that's going to happen, and I'm assuming what that's going to have to do with is going to be, somebody had mentioned up above, like it's like Maya Maletti with no proof of life, and I was thinking yes and no, because Maya is an adult who obviously needs to be able to use different things as an adult to survive, versus a kid who's going to end up, if that person is being taken care of by somebody else, that you're not going to necessarily see any type of footprint from them. Does that make sense? But I'm wondering if we're going to see some type of digital. There's nothing that the boys were doing. There's no pictures of anything since September 17th weekend or September 11th weekend. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
You never see anything with the boys. And a lot of these things, and we talk about this kind of in jest because of just how crazy our world is, but like electronics listen to you and they follow you around, right? Mm-hmm. So how many of these pieces of equipment are they looking at to see if it's captured anything in the background?
Yep.
Hey, ATS.
There she is.
So local police, yeah, so the FBI agent was told to stop processing it.
Yep.
Night, C-Dub. But we were never told why. So I don't know whatever, and if somebody else ended up processing it, we haven't got there yet. So that's kind of one of those that's kind of just left on the.
It's scary. It's just like the reports, the lack of reports. Something's not adding up here on law enforcement side. Well,
I think that's what they're going to keep going with too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's kind of where we're at with the West case. It's definitely picking up a little bit of momentum. But there's so many pieces that they've dropped that I just don't know I have no idea what they belong to yet.
Yeah, pretty much. We're getting to some of the evidence now, pretty much.
Not a law in the state. You can take photos. I don't believe you can post photos of foster kids, but they were their adopted parents. They'd been adopted for over a year.
Yeah.
The adoption was like April of 2019.
Yep. Exactly when it was.
So they were their actual kids at that point. Yeah. They could post and take pictures however they wanted to.
You have a Jacqueline who responds the way she does, no pictures, no emotion, no anything. And then you have the former foster, Mrs. Sanders, I think was her name, who has all the pictures. Those are the pictures that we see, and who couldn't stop crying.
Still, we don't see pictures of these boys. I'm sorry. There's just not pictures of these boys out there. There's very, very few pictures of these kids.
Yep.
So even if she has thousands, we don't really see those either. Hi, Seth. You are very late.
You see the same 7 photos basically circulate unless you talk to some of the bio family and they will not give them to you. They will show them to you just to basically show you that, yes, we were with these children at a certain point and and yes, we do have but yeah, it's very,
yeah, I don't know where we're going in this one. I don't really see a path. Like typically I can kind of foresee what I think they're doing, but I don't know. I'm kind of lost now. You said that I said something a couple weeks ago that they were going to backtrack it all, and I'm hoping that I was right. But I don't know. I have no feeling any which way on what is happening at this point, because it's kind of a cluster and there's so many just loose ends that we don't really see.
It's the way you said the trial would go, and that's exactly how it's going. They're backtracking all of it, and they need to, considering the shitty evidence. So
I just hope that the jury's listening, because I'm telling you right now, at least they have visuals. They have the transcripts. I said this before. They're very lucky. They have the transcripts, and they have little monitors right in front of every one of them, so they can see everything that's going on, and they can read all the transcripts for any interview or audio that's being played. That's only saving grace, because I'm telling you, like half the audio, you can't hear Jacqueline say anything. She's not emotional at all. She barely talks. She's just like, bleh. And then, so they ended early yesterday because the court had something else it had to do. So they ended at noon. And the very last thing is they're playing this freaking interview. It's the second interview of John Ryan with Jacqueline, and the audio or the video goes out again. So they ended on that note, but right at the end of the video, Trezell walks into the room. So now Trezell and Jacqueline are both in the interview room together. So we won't get any more updates on what happens from that point on until Monday.
Yeah. Oh, this trial's hard. It's hard to understand. It's hard to convey. It's just hard. And I just think it's one more thing stacked against these boys that they did not deserve.
I agree.
And if their justice doesn't happen, I'm going to go right back to that friggin' theory that there is no doubt, absolute, full-blown corruption going on, not just with the adoptive parents, through the adoptive parents, back through law enforcement and 2 particular officers that I believe are involved and have been involved for a very long time. I'm just going to put that out there for the sake of, if anything goes wrong with this trial, left, whatever, and these boys don't get what they deserve, it has to be there.
But I've said if they're found not guilty and then they find these boys, they never can try them again. It's done. They're walking free.
And I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that they rolled the dice this way. I would have much rather have waited another year. If
we don't know that yet, Michelle. We don't know.
I know. We
don't know. We don't know what else they have. Yes, Aaron, it is going to all be circumstantial. And the biggest thing is going to be what Liberty's saying is that the children, all 4 were set to testify. Whether they pull off or have all 4 testify or not, no idea. And the fact that there's only 2 people that were in the situation to cause them any harm. And I think that's where this is going to go.
Yeah.
And
I think the 12-year-old, was he 12 or 14? He's going to hold the most weight in this. And he's going to hit the jury's heart, I believe. And if he goes last, which will probably be, there's a very good shot that they will get their justice.
We don't know yet.
Yeah.
So I said there's a lot of loose ends, but they also said this trial is going to be like a 6-week trial. And I can tell you that this one seems like it really is going to be, because it's very slow on the uptake.
This is definitely going to go 6 weeks, no doubt.
So we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see.
All our babies are going to get the justice they deserve. And
that's
my
hope. Wow, guilty verdicts all around.
That's it.
They're just laying foundation still. I know. I mean, it's a lot of foundation. There's a lot of foundation. Like
you just keep reminding us that.
I want some boom moments that it's like, yep. Like,
Yeah.
And it's hard because I am listening to all three, and you have these just major moments in the Vallow case and in the Stauch case that are just all captivating, and you know that the jury is totally listening and interested in everything that's being said. And then you have the West case that it is so much slower to pick up on, and then I wonder if the jury is feeling that too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you guys. Well, I said not a 4.5 hour live, and look, we're a 4.5 hour live.
You lied.
So, that's because Jen Lou had some things she had to say about about little Stauchy Stout.
We got a good hour laugh.
We will be back Tuesday, Wednesday for a midweek recap on all three trials again, and we'll try to do something again next weekend. Kind of keep it going like this.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're gonna figure out how to make it shorter.
Yeah, we're gonna work this out, guys.
We're gonna figure it out. I promise.
We'll just be muting each other so we get through it. That's all.
And I'm like, no, you're muted. No, you're muted. Seth, we love you too. I love all you guys. Thank you. I know that you guys have 1,000 places you could spend your time, and you choose to spend it here hanging out with us. And there are not enough words to express how much I thank you guys for that.
Yes.
And
we adore all of you.
Yes. Yes, very much. I will go through and do just like I did on the last one. I'll mark it so that each trial has a specific time. So if there's one that you're interested in listening to or going back and listening to, I'll mark them up so that way it's easy access to being able to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, just go right to the case that you want. Don't forget, we have all the case files in there for all the trials that we're discussing now, and just hit that like on the way out.
Aaron, you're right. It's crappy audio.
It is.
Mm-hmm. Kyrie, thank you. I love the long thing. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I was 3 hours late, but I'll replay.
There we go.
That's okay. I know it's just tough, and I know I part of me wishes I could just do like a little mini update like every day, because I feel like even with Melanie Gibb, I was like that was just 2 days ago. Like that feels like it was like a lifetime ago. Like so much has happened since then, but it's so hard for me to balance that and to put that in there. So I appreciate that you guys like the long lives. I appreciate that you guys hang out for them, and Michelle, I can't even tell you how much I appreciate you being here and all your note taking and making sure I don't forget anything important.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you for covering these cases. It takes a lot. It takes a lot out of you. You don't have to do all of this, and you still do it. So, no, we love you. We thank you, and you drive the bus, babe.
All right, love you all, and go enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Have a good weekend.